Woohoo! We're starting off a stream on a Thursday at 10:46. Check in. Tell me who you are and where you're at. What's poppin'? How we doing? How we doing? We got a song sitting in front of me, and we got Braxel. What's poppin', my dude? What's good, Brax? Brax sitting here playing Eddie Van Halen songs in between getting that bridge part down on Mean Street. Good old Mean Street. I love me some Mean Street. Have you heard his kid play? Man, his kid's awesome, dude. You know what I'm talking about. Little Van Halen. Little Van Halen is ridiculous. That dude's awesome. I feel like that runs in the family, just being awesome at stuff. It's just part of it, man. It's bloodline. It comes with the territory, I think. Braxel, I responded on Discord, I think. I tried to do a bunch of things right before the stream, one of which was reply to your photo that you sent me on Discord of your setup, which looks really sick, dude. Your setup looks sick. I dig it. I dig the organization. I dig how sleek everything looks. And I asked you what desk that was because I like the desk. It looks like one of those. I mean, it's hard to tell. It could either be an Argosy or that Danger Fox or whatever that was very popular as of a few years back. I don't know if they are popular or what, but I remember there was such a lead time to order one of those desks that it became nearly impossible for people to do because the lead time was crazy. Like, who wants to wait a year for a desk? It was a little insane. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. We got a session pulled up here, so I will jump over and do the jam. Let's look at what we got going over here. We are looking at our session. All I've done so far is thrown a bus comp on like I like to do in the very beginning, just to be able to hit you guys with enough makeup gain where an unmixed song sounds not too quiet. But as you can see, there's not an EQ dialed. Nothing is twisted up. We are completely untwisted, ready to rock and roll here. And all I've done is added an SSL 4KG to every channel. I've also added the auto align 2 to anything that's multi-mic'd, like my kick, snare, overhead left and right. We got 4 drum tracks. They're all pink. We got 3 bass tracks, a D112, a direct, and an SM58. 2 acoustics, the red ones. Green all day. We got double greens. Green, those are guitars. 2 mics. That's when you see this kind of thing and they're in groups of 2, like 2 of the same color. 2 of the same color. That's always 2 mics, 1 performance. So I have to go through and kind of assess that stuff. I always hope the names of the files tell me what I need to know, but it's not always the case. And this is a song called What It Is, a Real Be Easy's track, and it's an interesting tune. It's definitely, I'll let you guys tell me what you think it sounds like, because I know what I think it sounds like already, but I'm curious what you guys think. It's a Danger Fox. I was right. Good old Danger Fox. That's, Colt got one of those. The Andrew Masters kid got one of those. Shouldn't call him a kid, but he's just definitely younger than Colt and me, so I guess I call him a kid, but he's not a kid. I don't know why I say that. Oh, Warhard Arts. What's poppin'? What's really good? What's really good? What's good, Warhard Arts? Warhard Arts says he's just waiting on another compressor to get here, then I'll finish mixing a song. That's what's up, man. I hope that thing gets there soon. I don't know what time it is by you, but I know it when people join us on the live stream, they could be all over the world doing things at all different crazy hours. Right now, it's 10:50 p.m. Do you know where your children are? On East Coast time. 10:50 p.m., which means it's roughly, I don't know, I haven't accounted for daylight savings, but I think it's, what time is it in Japan? I should have a Japan clock on my desk, man. It's so easy. I should just have the app open that says world clock or something. But I think it's roughly like noon in Japan. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. It might be a little earlier, actually. What is it? 9 Japan? I don't know. Tell me what it is in Japan, because I don't know. Blow, blow. So yeah, where are we at? Flop. What do we got? Wow, Brax is 59 this month, so I guess you're a little older, but honestly, we're all kids at heart. I think that's the thing. If you do music your whole life, if you're involved in it in any way, I think you remain younger longer. I think, that's what the secret is to eternal life in a way, is being supremely into music. I think that's the answer. I think it keeps you young. Sake time indeed. That's a solid comment right there. Sake time. Niles Pache in the house. Niles Pache, 1734, talking about, I think a lot of Asia, including India, is about 12 hours off from EST. I feel it. I feel that. Makes a little bit of sense. I don't know if I told you guys, but before we start mixing, I think you guys got to know, I made my own white sauce recently. And not in the funky way. The real kind of white sauce. You know what I'm talking about? The freaking stuff you could put on everything. That good stuff. It's basically yogurt base. But, it's it's the sauce you always want extra sauce of when you're getting gyro or you're getting, some doner, something. You want extra sauce. Trust me. It's delicious. And you can make your own. It's not that hard. And everybody should, because now I put it on everything. And buy the bottle. It's worth it. Buy like a bottle to be able to put the sauce in the bottle, and then you're rocking and rolling with the big leagues. That's the truth. Without that, it's not as good. If it's in a jar or something, not as good. Everybody knows that. This is like the Middle Eastern ranch, not that American ranch. Not that. The Middle Eastern ranch, man. You know what I'm talking about? It's like yogurt. I'll just rattle off ingredients because I made this recently and I put it on everything. We're talking lemon. So it's basically a lot of yogurt, some mayo, lemon, salt, pepper, fresh garlic, white vinegar. And every recipe I saw for it didn't have measurements. I added a little garlic powder also because I tasted it and I was like, it needs a little more kick. So I hit him with the garlic powder. That thing is ridiculous. The best sauce ever. I don't think I missed any ingredients right there. I think that's it. It was a handful. It was like 7 ingredients or something. 6 or 7 ingredients. Piece of cake. And delicious. Make sure with the garlic, the fresh garlic, you grate it up or put it in like some food processor thing. Get it real fine so that it melts. That's the key. It's ridiculous. Yeah, exactly. Tzatziki. It's that good tzatziki that everybody needs. It's yogurt sauce, tzatziki, whatever you want to call it. But everybody makes it different. Some people put dill in it and stuff. I don't put none of that. I keep that out of there. I go old school, like street cart style. It's the best. Anyway, where I'm at, there's not a lot of that kind of food. So it's one of those things where it felt really special to make that kind of thing. Speaking of which, when we start saucing this song up with some EQ, let's make sure that we keep it flavorful. And, one of these days I'm going to mix a song on Luna. It's just a question of how dumb do I want to make myself look, because I really don't know it that well, but I want to, you know what I'm saying? I want to. So I might just trip over myself and try to make it work, because I'm sure there's little intricacies I don't know about it, but I definitely, in experimenting with Luna on my looper journey, we'll get to that later, I definitely was like, Luna's awesome. It does these things that I can't do in Pro Tools, like arm and disarm tracks while in playback. Amazing. So I was like, what else does it do? And then I was just looking at it thinking, this is pretty much this. Like, it gives you this view, which is awesome, which Pro Tools doesn't give you really. I mean, this is not the same as this, But Luna kind of gives you that. So it just got very interesting very fast. I remember being very excited about it. So we may have to do that. In the meantime, let's hit play, run one through, and I'll be back and forth in the chat. Hit the like button so this thing gets pushed a little bit. I appreciate it. And let's hear what's up for today. Let's keep the vocals a little bit low because they might need to be a little low. I'll tell you that right now. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let us see. All right, starting from the jump. This is an unmixed song, completely unmixed. Let's run it. Luna, you're headed to the dark side of the moon. I hear you, dude. It's actually really well said. That's exactly where we're headed. See you on the... Those guys are litigious. Don't even hum it. Don't even hum that. Here we go.
Reason we'll turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn this season into treason. We turn the world you walk around. I can't talk, man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with Missouri. And I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that turns you on when you're gone? Stick up another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway. And yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never power tripped like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that turns you on?
some trippy guitar stuff in there, that's for sure. And I was just trying to experiment with some panning of it real quick. Dirkhead, I appreciate that suggestion. First of all, shout out Dirkhead, little bicycle horn love up in here. Oh, we got a bicycle love. Boom, 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 boom. Little radar love into bicycle love. That's how we do. Reaper is a great suggestion that people throw at me all the time. I'll tell you, the pull towards Reaper is guys like Dirkhead and guys like Andy Worrell. That's the pull. It pulls me. Simultaneously, I am opposed to like those weird pictures. There's like pictures of instruments on the top of stuff that reminds me of GarageBand so much. I'm sure you could hide it. I actually heard there's a way to make it look just like Pro Tools. I'm sure that's not the answer of why I'm so opposed to it. But I think it's just one of those things. Like, I was opposed to RME stuff for a long time just because of how gung-ho everyone was about it, that it made me not like it. I'm always weird like that. It's like wherever people are pushing, I always try to go the other way for some reason. And there's a lot of push for Reaper. You know, at least that's how it feels now. Pro Tools is like the underdog. It's the underdog, and it's also the thing that's been around for the longest. So OGs use Pro Tools mostly, most of the OGs. But that doesn't mean it's the awesome thing. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how long Reaper's been around, but when I was starting out, it was like Pro Tools or bust. And I told you, I came off a Korg D1200 record, like its own self-contained 12 track was the thing I used right before I got into using a DAW. But at the time, friends of mine, you know, were using Logic. I was just, you know, I had been in studios recording and they all used Pro Tools. So I was like, I have to learn that. And at the time it was like, if I'm not mistaken, like $700 to get into the Pro Tools game, which was expensive, but you didn't, you know, it was like on a CD. I still have that CD. I found it recently, Pro Tools LE7. That got me in the game. And, you know, funny enough, I don't like to say this because it's not like I'm making excuses for anything, but the stuff that you're listening to on this particular recording was recorded on Pro Tools LE7, you know, back in the day, long time ago. And at the same time, it wasn't that hard to learn. I felt like there was something about Pro Tools that always just made things easy on me a little bit. You have to learn the shortcuts, but I never felt like I was fighting it, ever. And like later in life, it's such a weird thing. When you learn an accent, like the accent you develop when you're a kid forms when you're practically an infant. Like as you get older, you lose the ability to discern different dialects. And when you're an infant, you can hear everything, every little nuance in every language. And then you lose it the older you get. And it's for a reason, so that like now the baby can identify with its particular tribe. Like it's very tribal why that works, why that is a part of human biology. But you lose the ability to discern the different dialects at some stage, but you start with all of it. I feel like that's what it's like with DAWs. I mean, I don't know what it is, but I feel like I learned Pro Tools first. When I tried to learn Ableton years later, it was impossible. Like I learned it and I hated every minute of it. It was like fighting me the whole way. The same thing with Logic. I experimented with Logic and I felt like it was fighting me the whole way. But that's because I learned Pro Tools first. And I feel like everything else is less intuitive for some reason. And that's just my experience with it. I don't know why that is. But I'm pretty much convinced that because I'm quick with the shortcuts and everything, like it would just take longer to do anything else. However, I'm compelled to try Luna because of, you know, some of the stuff that it offers that this doesn't. Like literally it's something so simple. When I hit play, I can't arm any tracks. Ridiculous. But I feel like a lot of other DAWs you can. And I also realized that when I use Sketch, I can do it there. So like they created a way to do it, but that's totally a ripoff of Ableton, is it not? If anybody didn't see my video today, please check it out. But I basically, at the end of the video, I added the part where Like I was done with the video and I asked GDP the deal and he's like, you tried Sketch? I asked 5 other engineers today that I kind of regularly speak to because I was trying to figure out if they're also musicians and like, have you used a looper? What's your deal with the looping? Can you do it in a DAW? Like I was really getting deep with it, trying to figure out the answer. And every single one of them had never heard of Sketch. They all use Pro Tools. I was like, what's the deal with Sketch? Have you tried it? They're like, what? Nobody even knows it exists. The marketing behind that thing is weak. It's like a speakeasy. You have to open a freaking, a telephone booth and pick up the phone and dial, 6238, and then somebody picks up on the other end. You give them a password. They flip the phone booth around. Now all of a sudden you're in a place that serves $54 drinks. I don't know if you even want to be there, but it exists. And that's what I feel like Sketch is. It's sort of a speakeasy that nobody even knows about, but it's a straight ripoff of Ableton. Maybe that's why they don't advertise it, because they don't want to get sued. It's literally just Ableton. Like the view of Ableton, that's exactly the same with the clips and the whatnot, with the scenes. It looks exactly like that. Which, as you can imagine from what I just explained, I'm not excited to work with, really. But I got to figure it out. Like, I'm closer because I tried Ableton, but I never really liked Ableton. So, hit or miss. Hit or miss. You know what I'm saying. Little good rant to start the game off right. Skynet spamming us as always. Perfect. My way or the highway sounds so Evan. Yes. Yes, exactly. It's true. It does sound so me, doesn't it? Braxel1 says, I use Cubase 15 Pro only because I think Avid is ripping people off. There might be some truth to that. Warhard. Once, if at the moment I'm okay with it, like, paying for the year and getting support. But when I call up support, they usually can help with something. There's like some weird thing going down. They can help with it, but support didn't even know about Sketch. The dude on the phone didn't think to tell me about Sketch when I was explaining exactly what I want to do in Pro Tools. How am I supposed to know it exists? That guy didn't even tell me about it. But yeah. Warhard Arts likes Reaper. It's a menu diving hell. Uh-oh, I don't like menu diving. Dirk says it's a really good DAW for live stuff, like to jam with it because I can run an amp sim with a mix bus on it. That's cool. So it doesn't slow you down enough. I'm like 3 or 4 milliseconds latency. That's cool. That's cool. I got to tell you, I can run amp sims. This got to have something to do with your computer speed overall, too. Like, maybe it doesn't, but I know certain plugins introduce latency, so it's the plugin's fault. But when I'm up here and I'm running, I should check this now, by the way. So I usually mix at 1024 samples because that way it will freeze up as little as possible on me in terms of stopping and giving me errors. So I'm running 1024 samples. But when I record anything, I'm down to 64 or 32. Now, I think this, if I'm not mistaken, this changes. I don't know exactly why, but sometimes I have the 32 ability and sometimes I don't. And I think it's a symptom of how many plugins you have on your session. It just knows it can't do it, so it removes it from the options. But the 32 samples, I don't know how many milliseconds that is, but it's very workable. Like, you don't know it's there. And I can record many tracks like that before my system has a problem, like tons. So I don't think that that's going to be a problem recording directly into it through the RME UFX3. However, the UFX3 does have loopback, but if you want to use a sim or something like a plugin, can't do that. But I like the UFX3's loopback thing is very good for certain things, and I might use it if I need to. But I've never really felt I needed to because I could just run a super low buffer size on the playback engine. Everything's fine. But anyway, I've never really needed to crank up above 1024 samples. But if I do, I have that one extra option now, which didn't used to exist on my old system anyway. So anyway, I think it's because I added, once you add tons of plugins, it just knows you can't do 32 anymore, so it takes the option away. Warheart's turned off by UA. I love UA for, like, there's something about the UA. I think I love it because I'm old school. I'm very nostalgic for the GUIs. So like also it's we can't deny that what we're seeing affects what we're hearing to a certain extent, but I've I felt when I switched from Waves plugins to UA plugins that my mixes jumped up in quality. And that could be crazy, but I did feel that. It like I said, it could be crazy because a lot of it's I'm not going to deny that there's a bias involved with it too. There obviously is some kind of bias involved that we can't remove no matter what we do. So it's like, anytime people do opinion based testing, it's really so dependent on their own bias, like way more than they even realize. GDP saying Avid Diva. That's interesting. I never thought about it that way. That Avid backwards is Diva. uh, the reason I wasn't interested at first in the Boss RC600 was the menu diving, but now I'm actually kind of okay with it. Like a day or so has passed, and now it's on the top of my list of potential things I might want to rock because I found an RC editor, which is basically a desktop app that will allow me to do what I would have had to do painstakingly through menus on that freaking little tiny screen on the floor. Now I can do it in a desktop app and just freaking sit pretty while I click a button and that programs the thing for me instead. Like you tell it what you want and then it just codes it up as opposed to me having to figure out how to do a million things. So there's still, I'm fairly savvy with stuff. I just don't want to get into like learning how to program a thing. I'd rather just use it. Like the desktop editor thing changed the game, honestly, for me on that because I thought it was going to be, I was like, I'm not getting that. That's crazy impossible to program. I could already tell it's going to be a disaster. If anybody's ever tried to program anything on a freaking it's like a 1-inch by 3-inch little freaking LCD screen where every single value on it takes up half the screen. It makes it very impossible. Anyway, that's where we're at. Reaper got ripped off by Avid. Did they? I wonder. I love Cubase. Used Pro Tools before. I do not like Avid because I can afford Pro Tools, but do not like what they do. Yeah, dude. The people who use Pro Tools are the ones who like can't live without it. I think everyone else abandoned ship a long time ago and went another way. Like I said, I tried to, couldn't do it. Like Ableton was just such a disaster after using Pro Tools. I was like, but why can't I do this? And it just wouldn't work the same no matter what. It's just nothing was easy. It depends what you're doing. If you're producing and creating, that's why they made Sketch, I think, because people know that Pro Tools isn't the best for that, but it's the best for mixing. It's the best for editing, mixing, fine-tune, adjusting stuff. It's the best. To me, it's the best. To me. What did AI say when it took over your DAW? All your bass belonged to us. It's like those VSX headphones. I really want a pair, but I feel like it was just following a trend. Yep, Dirkhead knows what I'm talking about. I actually hate room emulations too, so I'll never go down that path. It's just something about that always never worked for me. I got a couple old school ones, I felt like they sucked. I always feel like the headphones are made to sound a certain way, and you either like them or don't, but if you start putting on stuff that changes the way the headphones sound, I'm talking about other headphones with plugins for room emulation or something. I just never liked the way it did. The only thing I actually kind of thought was okay and was a good suggestion was Can Opener by Goodhertz because it gives you a little left and right and a little right and left. So it just opens them up a little the way it would be if you were listening to speakers, makes it feel more natural for people who like that. But making my room sound like Sound City or something to try to mix there is like, now I got to learn what Sound City's supposed to sound like. Like, it's just the whole thing was... I don't get why people think that's helpful. You're still learning a room. And it's the same with those, things where it's like VSX, essentially those headphones sound like nothing. And then you put on these different rooms and then they sound like those rooms. But I mean, whether you want to learn a pair of headphones or learn one of those rooms or two of those rooms, like I'm sure it's the same thing in a way. Learn what you want, I hate headphones in general. So I'm kind of the worst one to ask, like, is a VSX headphones thing good? I wouldn't know, to be honest. I haven't tried them, but I hate using headphones in general. But these actually are growing on me more and more for checking certain things. And I use these when I'm tracking anything now. These used to be my go-to all the times. Focal jams. When I put those on for the first time, it was the first time I felt like I'm actually in headphones, but kind of listening to monitors. Like there's an air that comes with the sound in there. It doesn't sound like there's smack on your ears, which made me like the Focals a lot when I first tried them. But now it's like I feel like driver technology has improved. Everything's improved a lot since those like 15-year-old headphones. And the Audizies are really way better for fidelity, for low end. They just really give you more of everything. So they're more pleasant to wear and they're more pleasant to listen to, but that doesn't mean they're going to give you a better result or anything. We got GDP said, do you know the magic tool, the one that selects the three icons on the top left, 11 o'clock? I started using Pro Tools before that existed. Do you know, the one that selects these things? Yeah, no, I remember. My old system, I think, didn't have this, which meant you had to know the commands that I forgot now, which was like the automatic fade out command and the automatic fade in command. You had to know those because you couldn't just put the thing there and it knows what to do. And that was huge. I remember when I tried the later versions of Pro Tools, I was like, oh, nice. I never have to do that command again. And you guys have shouted out to me what that command is sometimes, but you notice I never do it. I'll just put my thing here, drag it in, and pull it however I want, or the other way, because it's just one less command to do. But I forget what it was even. It was like Shift Command D or something for like one way, and then R or something for the other way. It was like something, or I can't remember. It was that long ago, but LE7, you had to do that. So that's what we're talking about back in the day. I'm pretty sure there was not a 3 jam on LE7. Almost positive.
Treason.
So let's start twisting knobs here. Tracking on the band you're mixing is amazing. They're very talented. Dude, I appreciate that, dude. Dirkhead, you're awesome, bro. But the funny thing is, you want to hear the deal is the tracking on the band you're mixing. So this was recorded on an MBox 2 Pro, man. Just old school. Really, like, those converters are shit, but they're not bad at the same time. Like, thank goodness. Because I have a lot of recordings from that era on this thing that had 4. Like, it actually had 6, but I only knew how to use 4 because I didn't have a digital converter, like something I could feed. I could put an analog signal in, which turned it from analog to digital, and then you could use inputs 5 and 6 on an MBox 2 Pro. So there's actually 6 inputs on an MBox 2 Pro if you can use the digital ones. But at that time, I didn't have that ability or knowledge. So I only ever used 4, just 4, and my console had 4 group outs. This Allen and Heath got it real cheap. It was in the back of somebody's studio, somebody's real studio, and they weren't using it. It was dusty, and they were going to throw it out. And I was like, you're not throwing that out. And I cleaned it all up, took every knob off, cleaned it all up, and there's a 16 track to 4 groups to a master section. And it was a live console, so it didn't have any inline features, but I just routed it. Since it was a 4-input interface, I would route those 16 tracks to the groups however I wanted, and then send those 4 groups into the interface, balanced to balanced. That was it. It's a piece of cake. And that's how I recorded everything. But I never really even took advantage of the fact that I could group stuff and put it together. I just would take like the kick, send it to group 1, the snare to group 2, the overhead left to group 3, the overhead right to group 4. That's how I did it. But that was a symptom of the fact also that like there wasn't even a lot of room in that place for like more stands. For like we had everything jammed in this little tiny room, and you could hear it. It's a very dead room, but I actually prefer a dead room to a giant room because I could add a little space to this in a way that sounds pretty natural. You cannot take the space away in a way that's supernatural. There's ways to kind of futz with it, but it's not actually better. If something starts very open, you got to kind of leave it there. But a dead room can be really nice. So I appreciate the compliment. But as we run through this, it's the playing is like the drummer's great, the bass player's great, which makes it very listenable because these guys are really good and they're tight. But that's a direct input right into this MBox 2 Pro, and it's a D112 and an SM58 kick drum mic and your typical karaoke mic at every bar you've ever been to in your whole life on a bass amp. What was it? It's an Ampeg cabinet, most likely, and a GK head. A good GK head, that's for sure. And the bass player plays a jazz bass. The acoustics at Taylor sounds pretty good. And usually I write what the guitar is on it. So this is the Fender Strat, which is actually behind me. I don't know if you could see it. It's kind of hiding over. No, I guess you can't see it. It's turned sideways. But a Fender Strat, this song is mostly the Strat, but there's a G&L on it too. That my Telly G&L I use all the time. And there's no telling what this is. It could be a Firebird, or it could be. I used to like the way to get this is the answer for guitar sounds, if you ask me. Always get a dark sound from your guitar thing you're miking. If it's an amp, I don't care if it has no open back, something over the top of it, like the way David Bendeth talks about rocking and rolling. He has something over top of his amp sometimes because it adds body. So it doesn't even have. You want something not bright to combine with something bright. And that's half about mic choice and a lot about placement. It's probably like 80% placement, 20% mic choice for that concept, because I think mic choice is supremely important, more important than placement even, probably. Maybe not. Maybe it's 50-50. But if you don't have something dark, all you're going to have is aggressive, annoying, like really piercing guitars. So I like the two mic on a guitar like I love that concept. If I can help it, I always do that. And I like miking the back of the cabinet because it will be dark. I like that. And you combine that with the front and you got something. So like right here, that's a Deja Vibe, this full tone pedal that's really cool. It's just swimmy. It's like Hendrix kind of swimmy sound. I love that. And whatever's going on with the panning here, I have to sort out. So when I have one performance, I move it together. So like, for example, we have this thing at the bottom. One's panned right. We're going to pan the other right. Before I do, let's actually look at how they're grouped. So auto align tells me a lot. I actually decide what should be grouped where, but you notice how they're only groups of 3 for the solo thing. So there's 3 mics up for the solo thing, a close one and 2 rooms. That's what these are. 2 large diaphragm condensers and an SM7. Both, probably two different guitars, but same mic placement. And then for these other ones, they're all in groups of 2, which says it all to me as far as what's up, because that tells me pretty clear that what we have going on is we have to pan things together. So that means some guitars are going to live in the middle. And let's hit play, and I'll kind of figure this out as we go. Wow, Warhard Arch said the first DAW he used was Adobe Audition. That's pretty crazy, dude. GDP Japan says 96 kilohertz won't let you 32. Really? Is that what's up? Maybe that's why. That's interesting. I thought I 32'd recently, and I was in 96, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. It's happened before. Dirk says there's different types of headphones and each type has different issues. That's for sure. That's why you got to find the headphones that work for you, just like speakers. And it's an annoying process, but you got to do it. Otherwise, you just go against the grain the whole time. Spit if out, always useless. Spit if in is the answer, dude. But no, spit if out's the answer. Like, that's what I'm saying. You can always, if you have any converter that runs spit if, that's actually a lot of great converters do that. Because I used to have a MyTech. It sounded awesome. Analog into the MyTech, digital out of the MyTech into any shitty interface. It wouldn't matter, because at that point, you're just moving ones and zeros from the MyTech to some other interface. Ones and zeros is the easiest thing to move. It's not losing any quality. No, it's not like you can get more 1 and 0. It's nonsense. That part's fine. You want the thing that converts from analog to that to be solid. And that's where arguable today whether it matters that much as converters keep getting better, but I used to do that all the time so that I didn't have to upgrade the interface like crazy. I just had a pair of stereo converters that was like a mastering grade converter to plug a vocal mic, a bass thing, anything into. Around this time, I didn't have it, but at some point, I realized the value of the Spidiff, and then I started rocking it. Because I'm telling you, it made a huge difference. Spidiff is the answer. Never lay down on Spidiff. Don't sleep on it. I'm telling you. Spidiff is where it's at. It's where it's at. So let's rock. Here we go. We're talking a lot on this one. Let's keep it moving.
Reason will turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn the season into treason. Return the world you walk around. I can't talk, man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with misery. And I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? Stick up another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way or the highway. And yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power trailed like this before. Never power trailed like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it turns you on when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that turns you wrong when you're gone?
Let's figure out the pan.
Never power trailed like this before. Now, what it is that
So when I see two mics, just listen to the two sounds here, okay? The Deja and the Dynapro, and these are actually close mic'd. These are far mic'd, which is interesting. And sometimes you see these are close mic'd. Sometimes I like to balance the close mics. Like if I was gonna go super wide, I might want close mics super wide and not the rooms. Here we got these two close. So the Dynapro is on the front. I could tell just by the way it sounds. Listen to that. It's right. It sounds like it's in front of a cab, just like a typical mic. When Dynapro is no special mic. It's like a $65, $75 SM58. It's the same thing. It just was older school, kind of, if I'm not mistaken. There was like a weird offshoot of the 58 made by Shure, and they called it the Dynapro. And it might have even been the predecessor to the 58. But it was like kicking around, and in my drummer's, I think it was his mic actually. I think he had it kicking around in his drum bag, and then bada bing, we wound up using it on a lot of stuff in our rehearsal practice room, and guess what? That became a guitar mic too, because it was just like there, so why not use it? And then this, right, so we got this 58 is behind the cabinet. Do you hear how like muffled it sounds? Like there's a cover over it? Some people would throw that away. Nah, that's the answer if you ask me. Now, I know people have different opinions. CLA would tell you one mic's enough, and he just wants one good mic. He doesn't want multiple mics, and he'll get all he needs out of it. And that's great. He makes great mixes, dude. But for me, I look at it like if I have two mics like this, I don't have to EQ them as much. I have to just play with the fader balance until I get something I like. So if it's too bright, I bring down the close mic. If I want more low end, I bring up the back mic. I use the two volume faders as EQ. And I like doing that because if you ask me, it gives me a little more of a full sound. I always feel like it's too narrow, the sound, when I use one mic. So if you're listening to your guitars and you're like, man, they're just not wide enough. Like, why are they just so either too abrasive? Now I got to add a ton of low end, and then they still don't feel like there's any room in them. They just feel like they're too sterile, even though it's a mic and it's not a freaking amp sim. It's not like a built-in effect on a Korg pedal or something. You know, the Korg D1200 had effects, and they sounded awful, all of them. It sounds like that to me when I use one mic sometimes. Not always, but like it can, you know. If you use a nice mic, maybe not, but a couple times I use that like flat Sennheiser right on the grill. And if you have a good sounding speaker and a good sounding head on it, it could be great. I'm not saying it won't be. How is it dialed in and all that matters too. But I just feel like I like room sound in my guitar a little. I like air in there. Not everybody likes that. I like that. To me, that's what a guitar sounds like. It doesn't sound like this right up in my face in the grill sound. That's not what I hear when I hear guitar, when I picture what a guitar sounds like. So I need something, some dark to combine with it. Behind the cab, next to the cab, just like, you know, something to combine with that in my face sound, or I hate it. See what I mean? If I take down the dark one, it's just abrasive. So you put the dark one back and you take down the other one, it's still not quite right. But when you combine the two, you know, at the right volumes, maybe a little more of the back than the front, possibly. You get something nice. So that's sort of how I think about it anyway. I hope that helps somebody. Now these are 3 or 4 feet away from the amp. They both sound different because they're two different large diaphragm condensers, about 2 feet from each other, maybe 3 feet from each other. But, you know, something like out here-ish, facing an amp from two spots in a dead room. It was a very dead room, so there you don't hear a reverb really, you just hear air. And the blend is going to give you everything. There's a lot of swooshing and swelling going on because of that weird... it's like this, it almost sounds like a combination of like a rotary speaker. It's like they call it a deja vibe because it's like univibe-esque combined with like a vibrato tremolo switch was on it, so it can do either one. It was a very cool pedal. I still rock it all the time. It's one of my favorites. So I'm not going to EQ the guitars like usual for me. I wait to EQ the guitars because they sound good. And guitar is one of those instruments where when you have two mics, I'll get it on the faders before I ever touch EQ up here. So that's why I'm really going to kind of leave it alone for the moment. But the acoustic I might have to do more with because the acoustic sounds, let's see here. Same kind of thing, but on an acoustic, I use usually some sort of large diaphragm and some sort of dynamic mic, and I like combining the two. Only in rare circumstances, I might use two dynamics. But typically, I want one large diaphragm pointed somewhere around the 12th fret-ish, or it could be the other way. That could be by the bridge, facing kind of behind the sound hole, and then one by the sound hole, by the bridge. But usually the dynamic can be really good back there because it can handle the SPL of the sound hole a little better. And sometimes if a guy's strumming aggressively or something, the 58 being kind of back towards the sound hole, a little behind it, could be the answer. And the 12th fret picks up more of the finger noise when it's a large diaphragm, I find. Both in cardioid, like I'm not running, ribbon or something like that, but, there's all sorts of funky tricks you could do to make your acoustic sound really cool. But essentially it's a spaced pair on an acoustic, like you do with drum overheads. But that's what I like the most. Some people like XY and kind of go 12th, kind of put it in an interesting place where you can go 12th fret and then behind the 12th from an XY position. But I like doing space pair. As long as they're approximately the same distance from the guitar, I think you'll be all right. But again, auto align is your friend to kind of even make sure you get the fullest extent of that signal, even if at the time you didn't really consider it. Like at the time, I didn't move the mic very much. I just set it up. Auto align's helping right now not cancel stuff out a lot. But we clearly have one mic that's darker, which is the large diaphragm Octava. This guy. And then we've got a bright one, the SM58. I could tell the 58 is the one that's by the 12th-ish on this, and then the Octava is a little bit further back pointing towards the sound hole, potentially by the bridge of the guitar. And I like together, just like with the other guitar. So let's listen in the track. Now, acoustics are tricky. You got to sort of, at least this is my experience with it. I don't always know what I want from them because they can really help the guitars thicken up. So I make them too loud. I push on them in different frequencies areas, like 500-ish, 1K. Is that going to muddy things up too much? Depending on what the other guitars are doing, what they sound like, maybe yes, maybe no. I'll almost always remove low end. And then I sort of, how much high end makes this sparkle? Is that necessary? Because the acoustic can take shape a million different ways. There's not one way to EQ acoustic guitar. There's 1,000,001 ways to do it. For every song, it will be different. And it could be the answer for thickening up your electrics too. If you just tuck that in underneath and you push in the right place. But generally, the big boomy bottom is not going to help you. It's going to compete with kick and bass and just low end on vocal and everything. It'll just compete with a lot. So get rid of as much of that as you need to. Not always with a high pass filter, just with the low end EQ helps sometimes. Push in the mid range wherever you have to. Save the top for the sparkle. You'll know if you want the sparkle or not. Some acoustics are really gross up top, and it depends what mics you used and the sound of the acoustic. I like cheap sounding acoustics a lot. And I can't tell if this was the cheap one or not because I have this like JCPenney guitar. And I love it because it sounds dirty, but it sucks on top. The top end sounds like shit, but the mid-range is awesome. And if you just focus on the mid-range, it's beautiful. It sounds like an old guitar, like an old dark guitar, and I love it. But in that case, I would literally roll top and bottom off and just push in the middle in a couple places to just kind of smush it. Fast attack could be your friend on acoustic too, because nobody realizes how aggressive a pick is on an acoustic guitar. It depends what you want. If you want percussiveness from your acoustic, do not fast attack that thing. You'll get rid of all the percussiveness. If you want the juice, you hit it with the fast attack. It'll chomp that transient down and make it just barrel just like a cannonball at you. And it won't be aggressively annoying. So if the pick noise gets to you, fast attack's your friend. But if you want percussiveness to thicken up your electric guitars, then you just want it percussive. So I wouldn't use fast attack, and I just blend it in underneath the electrics. All right, let's work on this bass a little bit. I always hit it with a little bass compression almost before I do anything else. Because the bass doesn't sound right unless you compress it. Like, it's just not, it doesn't sound the way you hear it in your head. Once you have other things on a record, it's like, to me, bass needs a little compression out the gate to even know what's next. And also, there's the typical things that I like. Some people like different, frequencies, what they like. I like 200-ish on bass. I love it. I would say I love it. I really like it, right? Also, 1K. I love like 1.3, 1K. There's no need to nitpick because you'll roll it around until it feels good to you. But somewhere in the 1K zone is where the goodness in terms of the real kind of aggression starts. And you can go all the way up to 2, 3K. I mean, because if you boost above it, it brings it up more naturally sometimes. So there's no right answer as to where. It's just I usually think first like 200, sometimes 500 if you want that nose on it, and then 1K. And then I'll take out 40, because there's usually plenty of 20, 30, 40. Not always, but I get rid of that because it competes with the kick. So if my kick's pushing down there, my bass isn't. And if my kick's boosted around, 50, 60, 80 hertz, when I boost the bass round, like a nice round boost around 200, it's going to bring up below it too. So it gets low enough that I never feel like I need to boost like 40. There's plenty. It's just the nature of how big those waves are. There's always plenty of them. When there's not, you worry about it. So the one I want to get the most low end out of is this D112 because it's already there. Like, without the EQ, it's there. Whereas the direct is much thinner, and the D58's much thinner. So for me, I like to lean on whatever has the most low end already, because then I don't usually need to boost as much of it. Even if I might boost 10, 12 dB, you might need to boost 20 or 30 on something that's got nothing there. So for me, it's really about what do I start with to feature low end, and it's what has the most before I even start.
golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. Since golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. Since golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. Since golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. Since golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. Since golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. Since golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. Since golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. Since golden years. All he wants to do is mess around.
You know what's interesting is these are muted, but the SSL doesn't know that. Isn't that interesting? I always would figure this is last in the chain because the plugins are first, so it doesn't realize that the output is muted. So these tracks over here that say 1, 2, 3, 4, it doesn't catch that. So I gotta make these inactive so the SSL knows that they're not there. It doesn't. In other words, if I could tweak these till the cows come home, we wouldn't notice it. That's basically what I'm saying. So I just inactivate them because muting is not enough. It's not enough. It's not a muting, mate. Mute that. Here we go.
Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry?
All right, we'll get to that in a second. So I got to monitor my mix bus at all times in the early.
Man, can't you see I'm
Having a mix bus compressor on is fine. Just watch it.
Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with Missouri. I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? Man, can't you see I'm in a I've gotta meet up with Missouri. I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with Missouri. I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone?
All right, now we're going to throw on a drum parallel so we can start to get excited about the drums a little bit, because before I go crazy with EQ, I want to boost with compression, make the drums start sounding like drums. 7980, I don't hate the way they sound. It's super natural right now, and that's actually okay. But 7980 gets thrown on all these, which is my SSL bus comp.
Man, can't you see I've seen a face?
One time somebody asked me, have you tried this compressor? Have you tried that compressor? Have you tried this? And I just, no, dude, no. No, because it's just like hardware. Like if I had it, great. If I didn't, I'd use what I had. And I kind of really love what an SSL bus comp does to drums. The snappiness is great. Are there other ones that do great also? Yeah, but you don't need them all. You need the one that you like. And then maybe another one when you don't like that one. You need 2, maybe 3. That's about it. All right, so first step, we come in, we hit them with how much overhead. I don't know, but I like to leave it less than the rest. So in our case, I start negative 20-ish, for example, follow main pan so that wherever these are panned, that follows. The snare and stuff's down the center, so you don't have to worry about it. Kick snare. You know, your toms, you'd want follow main pan because you're probably panning your toms in some crazy direction. And then these maybe negative 10, and I could always juice it, but I like to have room in each direction, and I don't like to go above 0. So that means I'll start around here, negative 10-ish dB, and then add more to taste. But we want some real snappiness, and usually if I lower this and then bring it up, I get closer to what I like rather than just throwing it in.
Stick up another cure for all your hiccups, another trailer on the pickup, another long home.
This thing says space noise, but I don't hear it. What is a space noise? It's not like me to... Oh, it's muted. That's why. Beautiful. What is this? That's a spacey noise, all right. We're going to hit him with some Pan Man. You already knew I was going to do that, I bet. It's a space noise. We know where he's going. He's Pan Manning. I think everyone's aware. All right, let's jump back in the chat for a sec. Let's see what's popping real quick while we Pan Man up. What do we got? What did AI say when it took all your... I love that. All right, I think I'm caught up now. Got a guitar in my hand. Nice, dude. Yeah, I'm going to be playing guitar more because if you saw my video today, you understand, but it's a part of me. Find what you love and don't ever stop doing it, no matter what else you do. I got to hold the guitar in my hand. Hit the like button if you got to hold an instrument in your hand. I think most engineers are like that. We all got to hold something that's, you know, it's so nice to pick up an instrument and play. And we forget, or at least I do. If I'm busy, I forget. I just got to do it. Or I'm like less of a person. That's what it feels like. Where are we at? What do we got? Does anybody know what SPITF stands for? Nobody knows that, actually. Somebody help me with that one. What does SPITF stand for? Darn it, where's my onion rings? Need those onion rings. Brax, send some onion rings this way. Dirkhead says, Sony Philips digital interface. Nice. That's what's up. What the Dirkhead, you were using VCRs at one point, if I remember correctly. You're all about the RCA, which is analog actually, RCA, isn't it? Like SPITF is digital RCA. That's what's cool about it. SPITF's gangster. Is that what it stands for? SPITF stands for Sony Philips Digital Interface? No way. That's amazing. Dirkhead, you're awesome for dropping that. Comes from the CD. Dirkhead. Peace, Dirkhead, bro. Thanks for stopping by. You're awesome. I just caught that. Thanks for stopping by, dude. Safe travels is right. Braxel said, did you put an LA3A on that acoustic? No, not yet. I haven't done much to it yet. I'm not even sure if I hit it with the compression on the SSL channel. I might have. Let's see. What did I do? I hit it with a little compression, not a whole lot. We're flickering lights over here because I didn't know what I wanted from it yet. But I do like an LA3A on guitars, acoustics. I like it on electrics too. LA3A is a really good compressor for guitars. I don't know why either. Like the topology that makes that so, I'm not quite sure, to be honest with you. I do like it more than other compressors on guitars though. Braxel says he's got a pair of Audioscape LA3As and he loves them. Dude, you're not alone. LA3A is an awesome compressor for certain things. You can see them in the 500 rack on my photo. Yeah, I thought I noticed those. Round VU meter, audio escape match them for me. I love that. A matched pair is nice, dude. Gotta love a matched pair. Braxel likes 100 to 200 on bass also, and near 2 to 3K. That's what's up, dude. That's the thing. I think a lot of people share similar taste, and that's comes from what we've listened to our whole life a little bit. Like, I think we don't just get it from nowhere. We're stealing it from what we like to listen to. When we do that, we feel like, oh, that sounds like this, and then it makes us like it. I like some 200 on my snare also. I also like the top end of the snare. I like, of course you need an ample amount of fundamental no matter what, but you also want some crack. You know, not the bad kind. I can see them in the cool VU meter. Yep. You had the first one in the wild. That's sick. Do you throw away the boxes for all your... Never throw away the boxes. It's such a good question, dude. Never throw away the boxes. Never. Because when you want to resell it, it's impossible. And if you want to travel with them, it makes it harder. The boxes are unique gems. You always got to store them. Everyone who engineers, or I feel like we all have bunk beds and we sleep on the top bunk so that we can put all our boxes underneath us. It's kind of a joke, but that's what I picture in my head when I think about engineer land. Engineer land, the world of engineers, where we put our boxes under our beds and then we sleep on the top bunk so we can take our boxes with us on a sleeping to engineer land, living out in the bed. I don't know what that was. You would say boxes, overwhelmed with boxes. You exactly right. The Empirical Labs distressor comes in a weird box. Have you ever seen it? No, I don't own a distressor, unfortunately. When I lived in Orange County, California, as part of the Elisa's testing of the ADAT, I still ended up with BRC controllers somehow between going back and forth. No way. You were part of the Elisa's testing of the ADAT. That's amazing. Dude, you got to keep the boxes. I think we all know that not keeping the boxes sets you up for failure. You have to keep the boxes. I think it'd be great if we could, if there was just some conglomerate of storage place for engineers only that was basically practical. It was free for some reason. I haven't thought this idea through yet, so bear with me, but all the engineers get to keep their boxes there in exchange for something. It's like $1 every month. It's $12 a year for all engineers to keep boxes in a spot. Basically a storage facility, but for engineers, just for boxes. I don't know if that's a good idea yet. I haven't thought it through. So now Pan Man is just moving in a weird way around this entire place, which could be cool. What is this Korg delay thing that I never use? I'm so opposed to Korg that I don't use it, but I feel like this is an awesome delay that I think I've seen CLA use before, but I've never actually used it, which is the perfect time to throw it on something like this weird sound that I don't actually want to hear. Yeah, it's moving all crazy back and forth, which I dig. We'll go with that. And this is the kind of thing that I might make super wide so that it cancels out in mono. Because it's just nobody needs it anyway. It's I could mute this thing and everyone would be fine. No one would even miss it. Oh, Slag Media in the house. Slag Media in the house. How we doing over there? What's good? Weigh in on the boxes, buddy. What's good over there? Finally free of the 9 to 5. Nice, dude. Wow, your 9 to 5 goes late, man. But that's awesome. That's awesome, bro. You're on the 5 to 9. We were using 2 preamps to warm up trucks back then. I feel that. Welcome to the free world is right, man. That's awesome. Or maybe you mean that in a different way. You just mean you've broken free from the chains, and now you're going hardcore with it, which means, because if I'm not mistaken, I think you're in Pennsylvania, right? You're in Philly. If I'm not mistaken, I think you're in Philly.
What it is that does you wrong when you're gone?
Nice. That's awesome. The touring audio gig is where it's at, bro. That's what's up. This solo guitar is cool. We got to hear it. You notice it's a different color, so it's its own thing. It's just its own little nightmare here. Let's try the Korg again. That was cool. Sometimes I'll use things that I've never used and I like them, and then I always use them. Let's see. Let's kick it a little out of the center. Oh, nope, can't do it. It's probably because it's a mono track, and you can only do this if you have a stereo track. It doesn't make it stereo, though. I like that. I hate when I put a plugin on that makes things stereo, and I don't realize it. I don't like that. I prefer if it just didn't do it. Then I know. It's like, okay, it needs a stereo track. That must be what it is, right? What's going on here? Let's find out. It says mono to stereo. I bet you this one does it. Yep. See, now it makes it a stereo track. All right, here we go. That's interesting. The headroom is juiced all the way to the top. And since I never use this plugin, I'm like, where's the freaking... I mean, this is the input, but why does it not juice my goose the way it should? Let's find out. Maybe it's supposed to run at the top. That's actually interesting. Maybe it's supposed to run at the very top. Because no matter what I do, it's at the top. What's up with that? Let's put it before the SSL plugin. Nope, can't do, because this is mono and this is stereo. Beautiful. There's not even a lot of level hitting it. It's like, why is this freaking thing acting so weird? This is why I don't use new plugins. You spend half the time going, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this? Let's just take this whole guitar and put a different version of this on. So we can put that first. I feel like that might be our answer.
Reason will turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn this season into treason. Return the world you walk around. I can't talk, man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with misery. I don't think I'm
If you guys don't have a Wolf comp, try a Varimu of any kind, literally. It's closest to a Varimu. It's also weird and not a Varimu, but at the same time, it's closest to a Varimu, I think. I remember the guy, he did a good interview on explaining the guy who built it, not Jack. Jack has a cool one talking about it, but he doesn't go into the technical aspects of like what exactly it is. The guy who built it, who does talk about that in an awesome interview on Dead Wax, he basically talks about how it was very difficult to emulate I think it was the Roland SP 303 or 404, one of those, their like vinyl algorithm had a sound like this, and it was very weirdly compressed, and it was kind of a Varimu, but it was more, I think it was very program dependent, so you couldn't really pin down exactly what it was doing, but the release stage especially was very strange. So it's not your typical Varimu, but at the same time, it is pretty ridiculously cool. Let's just face it, it's ridiculously cool, that thing. Freaking love it. Let's turn the Sans amp on. And maybe we'll just saturate one of these tracks a lot. Like maybe we'll hit them with this.
Stick up. Go for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long.
Instead, what I might do, let's take this, rather than just distorting one of the channels, let's just send these all to this parallel.
Stick up. Another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway. And yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never power tripped like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you?
Always experiment with phase flipping. I like to do that at the end of whatever I'm dealing with. And I know if you're in Reaper, you have a button that does this because you guys are awesome. Notice, just listen to the low end. It's way more low end with the phase flip. The only reason you have to do this is because you're in parallel, essentially, and you're running one along with the other. If I were to just take whatever I'm doing here and dump it on these tracks and not run in parallel, or send, this entire situation to the bass bus, we wouldn't have to worry about the phase on this bus messing up the phase of the bass. You might still think about the relationship of the bass phase compared with something like the kick and see what you like better by flipping it, potentially, but it's not something I would stress about as much as something like this. When you have a track running in parallel with another track and you've added saturation, what's going on with the phase on this. So we could also flip it right here rather than put something else on. But once I've added the Sans amp, pretty much anywhere, I'll always examine what that's doing. If it's got to play with other tracks that are multi-mic'd performance of the same thing, I'll always check it out. Or in this case, a bus in parallel or something, I always have to check. Sans amp is notorious for like messing with phase, I think. Any kind of distortion plugin kind of does it. Oh, what's poppin'? We got Danny Blanco 98. What's poppin', Danny Blanco? And we got Danny Lyrica. How we doing, Danny Lyrica? What's really good over there? We got get Pink Floydian with it is what's up. That's what's up right there, Danny Blanco. Dude, you got an awesomely cute dog right there, man. It's an adorable dog. What kind of dog is that? It's adorable. Like, it's hard to tell because my side screen is so small. Donnie Brasco. It's a Fugazi. It's a Fugazi. Love Donnie Brasco. Forget about it. I love it. I love it. All right, where are we at? Here we go. Catching up with the chat. I come from the days of the washing machine tape machines. That's what's up. Those giants. I resigned for the touring audio game. That's what. All right, now I'm caught up. PA rap. That's what's up. What we cooking, Danny Blanco? We are cooking it's like old school. I don't know. You guys tell me what you think it sounds like. It gives me all sorts of vibes. I'm not really sure even what to say it sounds like at all. The end of the song sounds very different than the early parts of the song. It's kind of it's rock with some jazz chords in it is what it is. That's what it is. I used to be so good at punching in old tape machines. Braxel says I was so good at it. Dude, that's awesome. I've punched in on things before, but not like amazing tape machines. Not on a Studer, not on an Ampex, like nothing like that. Nothing that feels solid when you click the freaking click. None of that. But like all the original stuff that I started on felt like punching in was a big deal because it was committing. You were recording over something when you were punching in, whereas nowadays nothing is recording over nothing. You could punch in all day. I definitely leave it on the quick punch. Whoopsie. I leave it on this quick punch, the shift option P, or shift command P rather. And that's how I record most things so I can punch in and out. I don't know anybody who does it without doing that, but there's an option that some people should try, I think, the destructive punch. Yeah, or destructive record. Yeah, that's what we're talking about, Willis. Get real with it, you know what I'm saying? But we're cooking this kind of funky track, bass, drums, guitar, old school recording, 4 drum mics up. We're making the most out of it. Also, a very dry sounding room, and three piece on steroids. Any relation to Donnie Darko? First of all, Donnie Darko, amazing movie and weird. I definitely saw it like 3 times. There's a lot of amazing movies that are really weird out there, like Mulholland Drive. You guys ever seen that? With the blonde girl from the King Kong remake with Jack Black. I forget her name all of a sudden. She's like one of the best looking women ever. What's her name? Just her name spaced out of my head. But with her, it's a very weird movie. I think that was David Lynch. Mulholland Drive's David Lynch, I think. Hit the like button for some David Lynch craziness, if I'm not mistaken. And there's all sorts of weird symbolism in that movie. You could go deep on a rabbit hole just looking up all the symbolism in that movie. Oh, man. I think it's called Mulholland Drive, yeah. You guys would know. It's trippy. Tell me if that's the right name of the movie. I always love the sound of the tape machine when storing them with tails out. Oh, and cleaning the heads and splicing the tape. I got you, Brax. You know what you're doing over there, man. You got that old school tape. You got the old school tape head on you. Donnie Brasco. Respect your Braxel elders. It's true. I mean, punching in and out old 24-track tape machines back in the old days, they were so expensive. Now I bet you cannot give them away. Nope. They still cost money. Like, they're still a fortune. A dude just sold like an ATR 102 who it was a mastering studio in Washington. Spectre Sound, they were called. Dude mastered a bunch of my stuff years ago on an old school. All I knew at the time, this was years ago, all I knew at the time was that he was using a tape machine, because he told me, he's like, when I master, I'll dump stuff to the tape machine and it gives it a flavor. Then I saw on Reverb a listing for about 13 grand for an ATR 102, like within the last 6 months or 8 months, something like that. And I just looked at the thing of who was the seller, and it was Troy from Spectre Sound, and I was like, man, that's crazy that he's selling his tape machine. And he was asking 13. And I'm pretty sure he got it. It disappeared pretty quick because, like, we're over here. What do you think I'm going to throw on the mix bus? I might as well do it now since we're talking about it. Throw it on. I'm going to throw on the plug-in version of what that dude was using to master a ton of stuff and give it the vibe. And yeah, it's because it has a vibe. That's why he used it for a lot of years. But that should tell you something too. He stopped using it, a lot of years ago, because nobody just stops using something immediately and then sells it. Like, he hadn't used it for a long time before he sold it. I don't know for certain, but I would bet it was very dusty when he decided to sell it, because that's how stuff works. Doo-doo-doo. I'm going to get Pink Floydian with this. Now I finally caught up to the thing here. I'm running sound for a show tomorrow, Slag Media says. Going to live stream for the new audio mixer I got. Did a test tonight with the drummer who's going to be replacing me. Nice, dude. I remember that audio mixer you got. It was a PreSonus. It looks like it could handle the job for sure. I definitely have a tape also. I think I have a GP9 tape sitting around somewhere, if I'm not mistaken. It might be, so I don't know. I should bring it. I should make a video holding it up one day because it'll blow the thumbnail up, I bet. I just need a good topic on tape. Somebody hook me up with a good topic. But the thing is, I can only speak on topics I know about. I can't speak on stuff I don't know about. And I worked on tape a little bit. I can't possibly say more than that because it wouldn't be true. I never really used tape. Like, in my studio, I never had it. But in studios that I went to, the tape machines were already kind of on their way out of use, so many years ago. Like, when I went in there to record when I was young, they were already using Pro Tools most of the time. And it was still early Pro Tools. But that was just the way it was. There were tape machines in the room not being used, and then eventually they phased them out. Dude. Yup, Slag Media, you are correct on that, on guitar and vocals. On guitar and vocals, Slag Media. Slag Media says, do you have bake tapes that are old to avoid magnetic shedding? He's asking Braxel. See, I don't know. I heard about this, that like that you would bake the tape before you would play it back and use it, if I'm not mistaken, right? It wasn't a method of storage. It was a method of, like, if you're going to use it, you'd have to bake it to then use it. Or am I wrong on that? I'm not even sure. Yup, this is the singer that sings about strawberry trees, Brax. Danny Lyrica, what up, Danny? I heard it, but I'd never done such a thing. When I got married at 29, I went away from music a while, came back to it. Wow, that's awesome. There's always 3 Dannys in the chat at all times. We wouldn't have it any other way, Danny Blanco. That's what's up right there. Danny's in Santo Domingo. Second base, third base. Danny Lyrica. I can get some time in for mixing. That's what's up, man. We're about to Pink Floyd this thing up. Pink Floyd / Red Hot Chili something. Nice. Danny's giving me the vibes that he was feeling. A part of me thinks that there's a Bowie vibe in this a little bit, but that could just be because I like Bowie a lot. That is just a part of me that feels Bowie-esque in some of this. There's just a little bit of a Bowie smile on my face in this one. Let's turn stuff down a little bit as we mix. We get a little hot, and we bring everything down. We usually create a bus that's like an all for bring down bus. I may have done this already, but in case I didn't, I'll just grab every track that has a color. So all the green stuff is my bus stuff, and I don't want that in the mix. I want everything else. So all these tracks, not this, not this, not this, but everything else in sight. And we're going to do our all for brings downs. As long as you add a lot of extra letters to it, you know it's going to be better that way. So I would take it down like 5 dB to start. I'm looking at my master volume here. Now that we brought this up, we got to bring this up. I don't know why this looks like an accident of some kind. Let's find out. Whoopsie. I just realized everything's still juiced. So I'm editing everything right there. Let's go look at what everything just got edited and hit undo. That's the beauty of when you don't do it in a plugin, you can hit undo. And I can hit undo until this thing goes back to 0. See how it's at 0? Now it's down 5.2. Sweet. So we were 5.2, and then I brought it down further to 6.8. That's how we know we're in the right place. Now I'll address this with that thing not grabbed anymore.
Stick up. Stick up. Another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home.
I like the way this vocal sounds, but I want to give it a little more. I'm a fan of compression on vocals. I am a fan of specifically SSL compression's okay, but the 1176 I think everybody knows is my favorite compressor for vocals. The Rev A gives it a little more dirt than the black version.
Stick up. Another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. I've got to meet up with Missouri. Reason will turn a grin in a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on.
So yeah, you gotta hit a vocal with more compression when it's not recorded with any. The ones recorded with stuff you can hit with much less. You may still want some, but it's not a one size fits all, because like I can tell there's like I know because I was there that when this was recorded there was no compression on the vocals. So now I'm hitting it with a little more to compensate a little bit of this level craziness.
Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on. What it is that does you wrong when you're gone. Stick up. Another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup.
We're gonna really smush it just to see if I can get these overheads to come to life a little bit.
Hers before. And now, makeup, another cure for all your hiccups. They're on the pickup, another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway, and yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never power tripped like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in
That's why I think it's Bowie, because of that word, golden years. That's really all it is. Golden years. Whoa, 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 whoa.
He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden.
All right, we got to automate the solo a bit. It's not really a solo, but it's kind of a solo. Solo deuce.
He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he.
GDP says he just spent $1,500 on a Japanese high school girl uniform. What? I wanted to buy gear, but I really need that uniform for. Dude, that's hilarious. Vintage, nice. GDP watched Labyrinth 2 days ago. It was the first movie he ever saw in a cinema. That's what's up. Me too. Or I don't know if I saw that in a cinema. I saw it on VHS or TV or whatever. That's what's up. Later, Brax. Thanks for coming through, my dude. Thanks for coming through, brother. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Hit that thing. Pay the toll. We recorded during saturating. Nice. Yeah, back in those days, we recorded way different, like saturating tape with level. Yep. Well, you had to because of that was the whole thing. The noise floor was so high that you'd have to record loud or you couldn't have a signal to noise ratio that was workable. So that's like a big reason why people cranked levels to tape. Apart from the, like, you know, it sounded better because the noise floor was less of an issue because you had more signal going into the tape. So that's a big reason why they did that. Yeah, you bake tape but never got involved. I never did it either. Awesome. Well, hopefully we won't be. Hopefully we won't be around by then. Yandel. What's good? What's going on? We got Yandel in the house tonight. I hope Isabel's doing well, by the way, Brax. I hope she's doing well, dude. GDP says, Yandel, welcome to the house. Maybe reverb, man. Yo, so, yeah, this is the thing. It's like, you know what you should realize is that I made a video on this not long ago, but reverb makes things less personal. And It's not like you can't use it. Use it as much as you want, but freaking reverb, man, for vocal especially, less personal. On something like guitar that has a lot of vibe on it, I'm not usually so quick to add it. But these are all, like, those are good suggestions. It's just, that's my thought process, is what's on it currently, and do I need to add to that, or is it enough? And a lot of times when I record guitars, I make sure they sound the way I want them when they're being recorded. So it's not usual that I'm going to add stuff apart from something that may just add a little bit of depth. More often, like a delay of some kind, short, will give me a little depth in a way that's not so obtrusive. Reverb builds up on you, and it could be great, but on a solo thing like this, listen to how much effect is on there. It's a freaking soup. So I'm not going to add nothing to that that's going to make that more soupy. You may say, what happened? I just turned the juice on. Mick DSP, the juice is now in the house, guys.
Face like hers before and now. What it is that turns you on. What it is that does you.
It's where most of my level comes back from. It's like I'm very conservative until I get to here, and then I'm juicing the goose.
Never seen a face like hers before and now. What it is that turns you on. What it is that does you wrong when you're gone. Never seen a face like hers before and now. What it is that turns you on. What it is that does you wrong when you're gone.
Now, if you want to move stuff together, like our globals for solo one globe, we come into globals and we make sure, in our case, the third slot, which is C, make sure those are checked. Because as long as, I usually go down the line, just check it all. But controls and bypass, specifically for plugins, very critical. But it could help to turn them all on. Same thing for this one. The slots are A, B, C. They go down from one down. So if your third slot is always going to be C. So we come in here. And this is going to be solo 2 globe, and we make sure that's, once you do it in one jam, it'll be on all of them. So you'll have to take it off to remember to take it off. So I'll do that for the simple reason that when I twist one knob, I want them all to go. See that they're all 10 dB now, because I twist back, they all go in a group. Because on things where you've got multi-mic'd sources going, it'll just be a quicker way to get to a result. You won't have to twist knobs on 4 different mics or 3 or whatever to get a result.
Never seen a face like hers before and now. What it is that turns you on. What it is that does you wrong when you're gone.
Notice how little you have to twist the guitar EQs because they're already there. Like, as far as I'm concerned, the guitar is one of those instruments where the more you have to twist the EQ, the more things went wrong on the recording end.
Never seen the trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway. And yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never power tripped like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden.
Dude, I appreciate that. Danny says this would sound fire live. Yes, it did. It did sound fire live. This was one of those you'd play out as often as you could. It was towards the closing end of the set. It was almost always the last song we played. We had different eras of different stuff we used to end with, but this was one of those.
I can't talk.
That's why I'm bringing it back to life, because I'm doing the songs I love first that like never really got done by me. I had to, this was one of those tracks, man. I don't know. It's you don't know where tracks come from all the time. If you've ever written songs where you just randomly were inspired to do something you never really did on the guitar or whatever, like there's some weird chord choices that I never really experimented with until this song, and then I was like, oh, I found a couple things I liked that day that wound up working together particularly well, and that just they're not power chords. Most of the track is like I said, it's like weird like jazz chords, man, but I don't play jazz, so you figure it out. Weird. I have no, GDP will tell you what that chord is. I have no idea what some of these chords even are. I just played them. I couldn't tell you what they're called. I have no freaking idea.
What it is that does you wrong when you're gone?
No clue. But yeah. That's true. Yo, Danny, what kind of music you making these days? What's your thing? Danny Blanco. What kind of music you got going over there? Let me know. I'm going to hit this kick with something for aggression. Standard clip I often like to use. Sometimes it doesn't work, but every clipper has a bit of a flavor. And standard clip is a go-to of mine on kick. Studer is also, for saturation, my favorite probably on kick and snare. Why am I turning overheads down? Because they're a little constant. Their cymbals are ringing and holding for a while, which people can like. It can sound cool. I'm very sensitive to it. So I don't want the cymbals to never die out. So when I hear that, I have to lower the amount of stuff I send to the compression that has cymbals in it. And typically, it's not kick and snare. In this case, I haven't gated any drums yet. And that's usually because I go sparing on my gates when I have 4 tracks of drums. You can get away with a lot more gating when you got a whole bunch of rooms and overheads, left, right, in addition to left, right room, in addition to tom mics. You could do a lot, but as soon as you start gating 4 drums, it can work, but it has a tendency to make stuff not as good, I want to say, because every mic becomes more important when you have less of them. So if you had like 2 mics on drums, you wouldn't gate them. So I look at 4 mics pretty much like 2 mics. You can gate them, but a little bit only. Nice. Danny Blanco is talking about hip hop, R&B, reggaeton, but I like classic rock too, old school. I'm with you on that. Listen, any experience with the MPCs? Any experience with that new MPC sample? Because as you know, if you're following where I'm at the moment, I'm basically on a looper obsession. And as part of my looper obsession, to find the right thing that will allow me to do what I want to do in the studio, I've definitely gone down the path of the MPC sample, which is the new jam. That doesn't seem to be the thing that will work for me. But at the same time, I went down that path because I don't know nothing about MPCs, really. I don't know the differences between the MPCs. I've never used them. Closest I came was a Roland SP555, which is like a 404 on steroids. It's the big Roland jam that I don't even know if they make it anymore. I wish I still had it, and I don't have it. That thing you could loop on. It had a bunch of built-in effects, but it wasn't made as a foot looper, really. It was just like a 404, but more. That thing was pretty cool. And it was a sampler, and it's kind of like an MPC, but I never had an MPC in front of me. So, of course, on my looper journey, I'm like, maybe the MPC will do what I want. Maybe a 404 will do it, an SP404. I looked at none of those things really, I don't think will do it. But, people talk about they have to menu dive when they want to add effects on it. So like the things you think would be easy when you're trying to use the effects on the input compared to on the output, it really makes it hard to do seamlessly. Like it's not built for that. But anyway, that's just a side note. But I'm curious what you guys think of MPC samples and whatnot. Like anybody try the new thing? Is it awesome? Doesn't have all the connectivity I think I would want, but at the same time, it is a looper. I don't think you could plug a foot switch in. Like, my whole thing is it needs to have a freaking foot switch. But yeah, let me know what you think of that. Because at the moment, if I had to say what's in the front runner for me, it's Boss RC600 as the looper in the front running of loopers. Right behind it, pretty close, neck and neck, going down the stretch, is the Aeros, the Singular Sound Aeros Gold Edition. They're right there. The Aeros almost seems like it would, and every other looper is like a distant second. For what I'm looking for anyway. There's a few others. The Boomerang is a classic, but the fact that it's like 15 years is the last time that it's been updated at all, and I think it's discontinued now and they don't sell them anymore. I'm not like, all that kind of stares in the face of me being like, I don't know. It's also the same price as all the other loopers. So the used, it's the same price as the new other stuff, which should tell you something maybe, but at the same time, it's nowhere near as functional as like the Aeros, or the Boss, but it still does a lot. And a lot of what the Boss does, I don't need like built-in effects. I really don't need that stuff. I wish I could trade the built-in effects for like additional functionality, but you can't do that. But yeah, man, I think since Engine de Poutine, or de Poutrine, however you say the last name, I can't figure it out yet. Those guys, since they started using that Boss RC600, they're going to sell a lot of those, I think. I think Boss is about to sell a lot of those. Oh, overheads. Listen to the overheads. I like the way those overheads move a bit. I think I'm going to hit them with some saturation also, though. Let's hit them with some juice. Hit them with the juice. I want to see if this destroys the cymbals too much.
Say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never power tripped like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone?
I'm going to use the expander to kind of chill out the cymbals a little bit because they are constantly ringing even though I want more juice on them. The reason I want more juice on the overheads is because I want the toms to sound bigger. But it's also it's wreaking havoc on my cymbals. So I'm going to just use the expander as a volume rider to lower them a little bit, essentially. Not raise them, but opposite of raise them a little bit when they get a little loose.
Say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never power tripped like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. Is mess around. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around.
Super wavy, dude. Yeah, and dull. Hit that like button so I know you're out there. Do that thing. Do that thing. All right, so what's the DAW of choice? That's what we want to know. Danny's saying that he started to sing and rap producing. I want to learn them later. You tend to do one skill much better than multiple things poorly. 100%, dude. But yeah, I want to be like J. Cole or Russ. They do everything by themselves. Yeah. You'd be surprised. Guys who say they do everything by themselves don't do everything by themselves. Trust me on that. Trust me on that. They bring in help for certain things, especially the end of the project. Most of those guys aren't mixing their own stuff. That's for certain. But when it comes to producing or rapping or writing, or obviously, they could be part of that. And most of them are, but it's a whole different thing. Once you start doing this, it's not the same thing at all. That's why it's like, I know a bunch of producers who are really good at producing. They're great at putting tracks together, and they make a half decent mix, but it's not the same thing. It's really not the same thing. It's like I said, it's a half decent mix. That's the thing. That's what you do when you do a bunch of stuff, and and it's producing and mixing is like one of the things you do. It's never gonna be that fire of a mix, man. It's not most of the time. Not unless you're freaking, not unless you're who does everything in sight. Like, there's a reason Dr. Dre is known as being a great mixer, because not a lot of other people that were doing hip hop stuff. He was great. There's a lot of producers that were great that would still have other cats mix their stuff, though. But Dre is one of the few that did both. So it's like, everybody want to be Dre, all right?
Reason will turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn the season into treason. We turn the world, you walk around. I can't talk. Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with Missouri.
I'm going to put these vocal effects up in town. I call it town. This is where we're about to roll. 4 vocals. These are our effects for all of these vocals. So I'm just going to decide the amounts. Maybe the lead will get the most of this mono one, because that's the thing that plays most of the time. This will maybe get 11, and everything else will get practically nothing of this. But just something, but practically nothing.
Reason.
Way too much. It's already got less personal, which I don't hate, because Bowie had a lot of verb on his stuff, and this does give me Bowie vibes.
I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. I know what it is that turns you on.
All right, let's add something else. So that's a dB verb into a Pro Q3. If you're curious what reverb that is, it's this on some random setting that worked for a song before. Sometimes I tweak it, sometimes I don't. And Pro Q3, some in and out action. Low, get rid of lows, get rid of highs to avoid some of the buildup. And now maybe we'll hit them with a verb with some pitch on it, like little plate into micro shift, into the R comp. Or maybe we won't. We'll hit it with something else, like some dual short delays or a slap. I like a nice slap. Let's throw the slap on 99-100. 99-100 is a lot of things. So just keep in mind, when you have stuff sent to one place, like I like to do, I can get a lot of juice at once, 99-99. But I also get, these are all 101, 102. So if I send to 101, 102, I get all that juice. Whereas these are all different things. So nothing overlaps. Meaning if I just want one of the slaps, like maybe the dual short slap, and there's a verb on the end of that. Maybe if I just want that, I'll take this one all the way down. So when I send to 99, it's only going to the dual short slap. Now, usually if I have these panned, in this case I don't, because they're all doing different notes. So it's creating a harmony, And sometimes it's a unison, but it blossoms to a harmony, and I don't want to have like a vocal here and a vocal here that are drastically different notes. It feels weird to me. It doesn't feel like a lush harmony. Whereas if I put them together, it feels like a nice, layer cake, like a nice sandwich. So we're just getting a little bit of love from all these things. And now this H910, which is 101, 102, and a Galaxy over here. I'll lower the Galaxy. Even though I really like it, I might put it back up. I'm going to send everything to 101, 102, and just in the choruses, we're going to turn on the harmonizer. So I play these things like pedals. Like guitar pedals, you would trigger them at different points in the song to create different mood, different emotion, different scene, total scene change. So we're going to do a similar thing. You don't have to send a whole lot of it even, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Maybe that's even enough. Something like that. And we're going to put that on only in the choruses. So let's first figure out where the chorus is. We can kind of see it because the harmonies start where the chorus is. And let's create a vocal group. Vocals. And so we got our vocals. And now what we want to do is switch to waveform. Let's see. Reason. Let's just. Can't you see I'm in a... So this is our verse 1. Reason. On the downbeat, I hit the down arrow, and then I get verse 1 right on the downbeat. All right. See, bada bing. You just play it, hit the down arrow, and then it'll add your memory marker. Now, where's our chorus? Somewhere over here. In a hurry. I've got to meet up with Missouri. I don't think I've ever... So this is the downbeat, even though the words start before it. Now, when it comes to vocal effects, I just cheat back to where the words start because there's no use for us to have a clean vocal. Like I feel sometimes it's weird. You have a clean vocal that reverb turns on when the band comes in. Could be weird. Could be good. Could be weird. So for the moment, maybe I'll leave it where it is instead of cheating back. And you'll see what I mean by weird if it happens. Chorus 1. Like a lot of times, wherever the words start is where your effects should change, not where the band comes in, because it might sound weird. So let's go to verse 2. Right here, chorus deuce, and then there's actually like two parts of the chorus that this one is all the same, but this one actually has like a bigger part of the chorus because it's almost twice as long. But then there's this ending. This is really the part we have to mark. We don't have to mark the half of this. Now, that's a question of where do you put it in? Do you put it where the band comes in, which isn't the 1? The band crashes in on the 3. I dig that. 1, 2. I think it's the 3. It might be the 4. I don't know. I wasn't really counting it correctly, but anyway, what is this? We'll call it the outro. I would call it a bridge if it's either a bridge or an outro. It is the outro of the song, so maybe we'll just call it the outro. I usually think of a bridge as happens once in the song. It's not the verse and the chorus, so it elevates the song to a different place, And it can only happen once. If it happens more than once, it's not technically a bridge, I think. That's just something that sticks out in my head very vividly, is that you don't call it a bridge if it happens more than once. That becomes something else. It could be a post-chorus, the refrain. You call it something else, not a bridge. So in our case, we'll just call it outro. It doesn't matter what we call it. This is just, we're picking nits at this point. Now, some of these effects feel a little hot, so the fact that I've dialed them in, now I'm going to dry it off by about 10 dB. Almost all the way around the books, just 10 dB down on everything. I like to dial it where I can hear it, lower it afterwards. And we'll do it on the H910 also. But now what we're going to do is when the chorus happens, which we can see and we can find by hitting our keypad. The transport used to have a button jam, which made it easy for people to do this stuff. But you could do it right on your keyboard if you have a number section. Decimal 4 decimal is where this chorus is. If I want decimal 3 decimal, you notice it jumps to the verse. So decimal 5 decimal is after this because they go in order. 1 is always my start. 2 is always the end of my song, which we're in already. So that means the first marker I added was number 3. You got me? So this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You got me? In terms of markers. So chorus, you can, decimal 4 decimal gets me to chorus. Hold shift, decimal 5 decimal. Sorry, I hit decimal 4 decimal twice. We'll highlight this. And now we can take our H910 and feature it in that part, but not the other parts. So, for example, if I were to take this to, 1 to 4, I can lower the H910 and even mute it, which I often will do. But you could lower it or mute it. That's totally your call. Take it down so it's up in the chorus. Now we want to go from 5 to wherever the next chorus is, which looks like 7. Take that down. And then we'll leave it on the outro. We'll just leave the freaking thing on. So that gives us a little bit of scene changing happen. Now we could do the same thing on the Galaxy. We'll do the same thing on this Galaxy Jam, which is already off, so it makes it easier. Just in case we need a little Galaxy love. Sometimes I like to just shoot up little crazy throws on something like the Galaxy with a lot of feedback, so it really takes off on you. But before we do that, we'll just see how we like this.
I've got to meet up with Missouri. I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen her face.
See how much craziness is on that Galaxy? So I'm lowering it just enough because that Galaxy is very, it adds the flavor we like. And this is what it looks like if you're curious. That's my starting point, is the dub L spring R, and then tweak from there as needed. And the Eventide harmonizer, these are my settings in case anyone's curious. I really like the Hogarth doubler. And I don't really recommend people just, don't sweat this stuff. Like, that's why I show anybody anything. It doesn't matter. My taste is what got it here, and find your own taste thing that you like, your own flavor for vocals, for, whatever sound makes you feel excited to listen to it. For me, I like the Hogarth doubler, but just the best way to figure that out is flip through presets on effects. Effects are really helpful to use presets. It's like if you've ever used a multi-effects processor, especially like old school, the first guitar multi-effects processor ever, the Zoom, which I had, that OG Zoom with 2 buttons. It was like a rectangle on an angle with 2 buttons, and it wasn't big, and it was awesome because at the time it was a gateway drug, is what the pedal guys say about like that freaking pedal. And you'd play that, you'd plug your guitar in, you just hit the button, it would sound like a xylophone. You hit the button, it would sound like a fuzzy guitar. Like there was no rhyme or reason to the order of the effects, and they sounded so different. But that's the way to do it. If you had to go into the parameters and twist stuff to get a sound every time, it would be so annoying. So you start from somewhere, get close with a preset, and then tweak. I don't clown on anyone for using presets on effects. I think it's actually the way to go. When it comes to compressors, those aren't effects to me. EQ, that's not an effect to me. That's a necessary tool, and that thing is going to be different every song. You shouldn't just start from some vocal preset for EQ or compression. It's ruining your ears, first of all, because you have to be able to hear compression, you have to dial in compressors a lot, and eventually you'll hear what they're doing. But there's no you'll hear it the first week. You twist those knobs, you start to actually try to hear it. That's the first step to hearing it. Then time, and you need time. There's no other way to learn how to hear compression. Time is what it takes to hear compression. Time working with the stuff. So just turning on a preset will never teach you anything. That's what I'm saying. You could have a basic idea that fast release is more exciting to you, obviously. But then you slow down the release till it's way too slow to hear what it is to have a slow release. Feel what that slow release is doing. Try to hear it, and then let it go enough where it makes sense. That's what's up. Or go the other way, as fast as it goes, and then slow it down until it starts to suck less. To me, it sucks less, because as fast as it goes is often annoyingly exciting. It's annoyingly exciting. It brings up the S's and sibilants a lot. You can do it on the right mic and the right vocalist at the right time. It might work. But at the same time, I think it sucks less when you take the fastest release possible on an 1176 and slow it down a little bit. On a vocal especially. Also on a bass. I really like a slower release on a bass. And not super slow. If 1176 is lightning fast anyway. But slowing the release down on it really helps make the bass sound like a nice mushy goopy blob, as opposed to all this difference between loud, quiet, loud, quiet, loud, quiet. Nobody wants that on a bass. Man, these cymbals are bugging me now. Let me deal with those cymbals a little bit. I was hoping saturation was going to help me out with that, but it's doing the opposite. Now, what's the thing that's common with me is I'll lean on an EQ to fix a problem before I lean on anything else. If you just pull up Dolby A-type or something, it's going to make your problem worse. If you pull up a multiband, it's maybe unnecessary and might make other things weirder. So rather than do all that, or anything crazy, there's a million ways to fix problems, but the least abrasive is always EQ, because it's just volume. Whereas if you were to add, if you were to duck the overheads every time the snare and kick hit or something, you're just overdoing what you don't need to overdo. In my opinion, if it can be fixed with EQ, start there. So we're gonna hit them with something simple like a Pro Q3, or even, if we're gonna keep old school with it, let's hit them with this is actually the stock Pro Tools one that I never actually use, but where's the UA one? Here we go. Okay. I like this because it rounds the top off sometimes perfectly. It's almost a more gentle round. So it's important to note also that this attenuation select jam is what's really controlling this. Every once in a while, though, if you have to take a lot of the top away, you could boost something a little bit below it and sort of do that dance where you're taking away, but you're boosting either way above it or way below it to kind of remove how much you might notice you're scooping out a section. So in other words, if I were to take down 5 and, or 10, 5 or 10K, let's say, I might boost 10K if I take 5 down. If I take 10K down, I might boost 8, 16, or 12. You get what I'm saying? Let's send this entire bass into this track. Let's just send it all in there. Let's see if we prefer that. Every time I load up the sidecar, without a doubt, the freaking thing just always does that. I started getting obsessed with a double compressor thing recently, where I use 2 bus comps, one after the other. Psychedelic. I appreciate it, Danny Blanco. GDP says he does everything by himself. He outsources electric guitar, sends songs to the mastering engineer all by myself. All by myself. Yo, Alex Christoph. Alex Christoph in the house. What's going down? What's good? Everyone has their dream teams indeed, Danny Blanco. Take it easy, bro. Thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate you stopping by, dude. You're awesome. Thanks. Also, hit the like button. Anybody who's still around, jumping in for the first time, slap that so this thing gets pushed. That's what's up. Collect, pass go, collect $200. You know the deal. Do your thing. What's good, Alex Christoph? What do we got? GDP, not CCP. Uncle Rick always. Alex Christoph, yo, you wrote something cool about the DAW jam, if I'm not mistaken. You were like on Ableton. Did you notice how Pro Tools Sketch is basically Ableton, but not? How did they get away with that? The freaking thing is Ableton. Like, what's up with that? Do you notice that? Do you realize everyone who has Pro Tools also has Ableton? Who knew? GDP's the only one who knew this stuff. Alex says, I got my 6-string bass dusted off, and the plan is 30 minutes daily till I'm fast on that as guitar. Nice. Usually I use my 4-string, but I'm pushing myself in every area. Dude, that's what's up. That's because that makes you feel like a person, like we talked about. That's the good stuff. Find the stuff that makes you feel like a person and do it consistently every day. Even if it's 30 minutes a day. That's what's up, man. Good call. Alex Grizzo says we're talking clank, slaps, sweeps, taps. Gotta love that dingly, 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 dinglies. That's what we're talking about, and that's why I'll lean on a twin tube or any kind of tube is honestly awesome for bass. Listen to that. I mean, you don't get that freaking dingly danglies. You don't get those if you don't use some kind of tube in there. Sometimes the tape saturators are so great because if you don't use a tape saturator, you really have to dial in exactly what it is that you like on like Spectre, which is often harder than just pulling up a tape plugin and, cranking up the flux. Like, maybe you just need some more flux, dude. You know what I'm saying? And flux is actually what it's called on Kramer tape. But everything has it. It's the calibration setting and how hard you hit it. But on Kramer tape, you actually have a variable twist, which is awesome rather than just like +3, +6, +9. But yeah, you also can use anything. Kramer tape actually used to work really good on bass. Let's pull it up. The key is unlink it. And you want the needle pinned. It's the only tape plugin that sounds better with the needle pinned. All the rest of them don't. So this plugin is different than some of the other tape plugins, and it's important to understand why. Playback level is essentially your repro head, and record level is your sync head. And like that has a nice distortion grit to it that this just doesn't do. I don't like the way that sounds compared to this. haven't pulled up that plugin in years. It's one of my favorite distortion sounds, Kramer tape. It's so good. It's like driving. It sounds more like driving a console hard than driving a tape hard in a way. Although sometimes with a console hard driven, you get like, it almost sounds like a DI being destroyed, whereas this doesn't. This sounds more splatty than that. So it has hints of tape in there. It adds so much low end. It's just kind of amazing how much low end this freaking thing adds. Ableton kind of is that way, isn't it? Oh, nice. GDP, you got to drop that on the Discord at some point. He pulled up the Zoom 505. That's the Zoom 505 Mark II. The OG wasn't even that cool. I had the OG, man. The The gray one that was just a freaking rectangle block, that one's got some shape to it. From a distance, it actually looks like a bit of a bikini. Looks like a bit of a bikini beach set right there. You gotta put that on the juice. Discord that up. That's what's up right there, dude. Sometimes I feel like when I use Waves plugins, I'm using the redheaded stepchild of the audio making world. I use them very rarely, if you notice, but sometimes you can't get away from them. Some of them are really good. Like, I would almost bet that the sound with this Kramer might be better than anything I could pull up with a different tape saturation plugin, because I forgot how good Kramer was. Let's see if I could beat it with something else right here. Let's put on let's see if we could beat it with something normal like the Studer. So the first thing I do is crank this up like I was cranking the Flux. Then we're gonna worry about Now, if I want more low end out of it, of course, we could just use our EQs over here. Or we could do the other move, which is adjust the IPs. There's something about this thing crushed I don't like, so I keep that. I'll keep that one's our low end one. We're just gonna paste this over here, but now I'm gonna actually make this a different style tape because I want this one, which is the direct, a little less on the low end side. We want this to saturate more, so I'm gonna hit them with 250 tape, and the same on the 58, which sounds kind of cruddy. Let's see if that wins. Let's spread the tape love around. We'll do 250 on the 58. We'll do 456 on the bass direct. And on this one, we're doing GP9. Well, we've certainly achieved a lot of low end on it. I'm going to lower these a little because it feels a little hotter. To compare apples to apples will be difficult. I like the Studer better now. It's fairly close to volume. There's just such a different profile on the two of them. The Studer feels... this could be inherent bias. I don't know.
We'll turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn the season into treason. We turn the world you walk around. I can't talk. Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with misery. I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that...
I'm thinking I like the Studer better, guys. Studer fan.
like this before. Never power trailed like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is... He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. Reason, we'll turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn the season into treason. We turn the world you walk around. I can't talk. Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with misery. I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Reason, we'll turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn this season into treason. We turn the world you walk around. I can't talk. Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with misery. And I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're reason will turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn this season into treason. We turn the world you walk around. I can't talk. Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with misery. And I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're stick up another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home.
All right, what are we talking about? That 505 is pretty badass. The sound is so bad, it's just pure gold now. That Zoom 505, I sold mine for like $30. Such a dumb move. Never sell any equipment. You always regret it later. Sometimes you have to, but every single thing I sold that was like weird, like this, I had a drum machine called the Dr. Rhythm. That's what it was called. And I remember we've looked this up before, but now I just remembered it was called Dr. Rhythm. It was this blue thing with some dark gray buttons, like a navy blue color. I had 2 of them, and I love that thing. And it would be so useful now to freaking just program drums. Those pads were fire. You could do a freaking roll on them. You could be like you could just nasty with that thing. Just like play Wipeout on it, and you'd hear the nuances and the difference. Those pads were actually good, and it was 100 years old. Awesome. You really couldn't use the stock beats on it. They weren't very good, but the sounds that you could, like, that were programmed on it, like the 808 sound, was just the freaking Roland 808 sound plugged into that jam. I mean, it's just this little awesome little jam, and I wish I still had that thing. I sold both of them. I got what I paid for it, which should tell you something. Never sell when you get what you pay for it. Because it was like 10 years later, 15 years later, I got what I paid for it. I should have known. I should have known then. You heard Janet Jackson run away at the grocery store? Nice, dude. I feel like it's Shigiono TH time. Shigiono! You could just nasty with that thing. You could just nasty with that thing, man. Let's see what we got in the 500 department on the guitars at the moment. While we see if Shigiono shows up.
Reason will turn a grape into a raisin.
I'm going to round the top off on this with a little bit of darkness. Notice we changed to the 242s.
Reason will turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn the season into treason. We turn the world you walk around. I can't talk, man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with misery. And I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone?
When the chorus comes in, I don't want to just feel brighter. You know what I'm saying?
What it is that does you wrong when you're What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? In his golden years, now he wants to do it round. He's in his golden years. Now he wants to do his pass around. He's in his golden years. Now he wants to do his pass around. He's in his golden years. Now he wants to do his pass around. He's in his golden years.
In that solo section, GDP, I agree. Which one are we talking about? So this is something else I might do is like as I evaluate what we got going, we have a center guitar. We've got these two on the left and these two on the right, hard left, right. Then over here, we've got another set of two guitars that are in the center. Is it necessary to be in the center? Probably not. These are a double of these essentially. Like talk about a lot of guitar performances. Sometimes I'll split the difference and go 50-50, you know, with these instead of hard panned. But it really depends on what's in the middle. In this case, all the vocals are in the middle, so it makes sense to get stuff out of the way. And I do like hard panning stuff, but we already have a lot of stuff hard panned, so I'm sort of splitting the difference. I already hate that so much more. It sounds so weirdly hollow now. Let's go back to zeros in the middle just to hear the difference. I like that better. I still am not totally satisfied. Let's go hard left and right and see if we like that better. The bass has more room and everything, but I still don't like it. I like it. It sounds the best with these centered, interestingly enough. Something I mentioned before, it's like if you're going to have hard pan stuff, like we have all these hard panned, two performances hard panned and this doing the solo part, they break out to the solo, those are hard panned. Then we've got these hard panned, and then we've got one guitar in the center that's electric, so we might as well have at least another one in the center for thickness when we want. It's just like extra beefy juice. That's the way I recommend when people say like how to make stuff monocompatible. Have stuff hard pan and also have stuff down the center is the answer. There's plenty of answers, but that's one of them. Is don't put everything out to the sides. Keep some stuff in the middle. But if you notice, I didn't need to flip it to mono to check that. It just feels like crap to me when I make the center hollow. I don't need to go to mono to know that. It feels hollow. So I just make the center as loud as I need to and keep some stuff there. And sometimes like I'll go 20, or like just gently out of the center. Gently with it. Gently. Clears a little room for the vocal. Now the vocal has a more clearly defined space for itself, yet we're still not making a hollow center because we're only barely getting out of there. Now I'm just playing with the slight differences between left and right. Always keep in mind, if you have a difference between left and right, your sides sound louder. The greater the difference, the greater the sides sound compared to the middle. So like I would never EQ these two guitars to sound the same. My goal would be that the one on the left is going to sound a little different than the one on the right. They already sound a little different. Let's look at our EQs. Nothing. Beautiful, just the way I like it. Oh, nice. Mono to me is like Lufs to you guys. It reminds me of COVID. I just caught it 5 times. I don't want to talk about it. Alex Kristoff, dude. Hilarious, bro. Johnny Greenwood. That one at 355. 355, yep. 355. I agree. That was a pretty cool performance. I love one-note solos. In this case, it's a little more than that. It's like a 3-note solo, and then it just goes off. But I love a good 3-note solo. You know what I'm saying? Like there's there's something to be said for not trying to Jimi Hendrix everybody up all the time. Sometimes you just need to hit them with the vibe. You know, sometimes you need to hit them with that The Cure. You know what I'm saying? You got to hit them with that The Cure right there. That reminds me of Bowie a lot. It really does. So yeah, I'm with you on that, GDP. Mono means monkey in Spanish. Also work overalls. Thing in Japanese nightmare in music. Wow, that's interesting. I didn't know mono means thing in Japanese. That's crazy. That's what's up. Let the single notes wail and whine with just the whale symbol and the wine symbol. Fantastic name for a band. Fantastic. Whale and wine, dude. It's like a fantastic name. It's almost too good to share out loud. It's that good.
I can't talk. Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've got to meet up with Missouri.
Any band name you could say with emojis is like the equivalent of a one-word band name from years ago. Ever notice how good a one-word band name is? Like, it's just the best. But there aren't new one-word band. There's only so many one words. It's rare you'll come up with another one-word band name 85 years into making music. You know what I'm saying? Let's make this snare a little more than it is. Anybody remember that trick I gave people recently, the juice and the goose. It's basically a parallel for the snare, and then we just use an EQ on it, essentially. Maybe we'll do the same for kick, but we'll certainly do it for snare. Sending it to my mix bus, and we will send something here. We could use bus 33 since we're not using our snare verb at all at the moment. Might as well use that. We might want to send it full bore, but we'll decide that in a second. What did I do? Create a freaking audio track? Well, I can use an audio track, but I'm not gonna. But I could. I would just copy this track onto this and then boom, parallel audio track. Let's mute inactivate. Inactivate this. Let's hit them with snare goose. It's actually beef. It's snare beef. It's beefy snare. Mono aux input. Before I even do this, let me put a little bit of gating on this. That could be cool. I don't hate that. We might do the same thing for the kick. I don't know if the kick needs it as bad. I might just send more of the kick to the parallel, and then it'll give us a little more splat on the front end of it. Kick beef. Always set your output first, because that's the way you're supposed to do it. Just like on a patch bay, it's always output to input, input to output, and that's all this is your I/O is a patch bay. It's just in Pro Tools. So like we might do, let's find an open clear section that I like without a shadow of a doubt, like bus 9. See bus 9, chilling bus 9, that's our output. It's empty. If you do the output first, which I didn't select right now, just to show you what I'm talking about, and then we go to our input here, notice when we get to bus 9, see how bus 9 is also empty, but we're on the input now. So for me, it makes more sense to do it on the output like a patch bay. I think that's how this was designed, honestly, with that in mind. So that once you've selected this, now when you come in here and hit them with the bus 9, you see how it's still empty? If you did it the other way, it would show up as yellow. Some people think that that's what it's intended for, so you can know where to find it. But I just prefer to know twice, like a little extra push that like there's no input that's using 9, there's no output that's using 9, whereas the other way it could kind of mess with you because there could be an input using it and you wouldn't know because you've already sent the output there, so it's going to show up anyway. Vice versa, you've already sent the input there, so when you go to set the output up, you don't know that there's nothing there. So it's always better to do output first, just like a patch bay. That's how you would do it. You'd go out from your Neve into your 1176, or you go out console out into the warm audio EQ P1A or whatever the nonsense, whatever you're using. You get what I'm saying? And then out of that into whatever. So it's always out first. I don't think I've ever talked about that, but it's definitely important.
Another long ride home.
And anything with phantom power, don't plug in the patch bay. Although I have to admit, I always did. I would just like double check things and everything, and my patch bay was okay, and I never had an issue. My ribbon mics never blew or nothing. But that's the problem, is sometimes with the 1/4 inch jacks, there's a moment when you're plugging it in between when it's in and when it's not in, that it's actually sending power like through the whole freaking thing, and that's when you could fry your jacks. But what I would do, my fail-safe, was plug everything in, then turn on the phantom power box. Like I would never have the phantom power on while I'm plugging stuff in. You never want to send phantom power to your ribbon mics. That's the bottom line.
It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway.
Let's hit them with the juice.
It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway. And yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never power tripped like this before. Now.
This one's actually better. Turn auto gain on.
It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway. And yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever.
Doo-doo-doo. My hand slipped on the juice there. Sorry if I goosed anybody with that. Oh, we got Vinyl Bear in the house. What's good, Vinyl Bear? How much more we got? We got a couple other new folks in here too. What do we got? Hey, everybody, the live stream afoot just popped into treasure. Everyone, that I'm still alive. You're worried, dude. Awesome that you're alive. Awesome to see you here, Vinyl Bear. You're awesome. Thanks for coming through. Alex is talking about hit that snare with some 57 hertz, the massage chair frequency. You always could, but I try to keep my snare beef around 150 and up if I can help it. Sometimes 100, but not usually. There's a freaking massage emoji. Wow, no way. Is there really? Oh, wow. That's crazy. What? There's a massage chair emoji that looks like a robot. Vinyl Bear says it's the white stuff that got me out of sorts. Oh, no. Do your work, man. Do it well. Thanks for stopping by. You're awesome. We got GDP talking about leave CCP alone. Never heard anyone. Uncle Rick. Tom Morello seems to like them. What's that? Whale and wine? Tom Morello seems to like that. Oh, CCP. Nice. Shigiono TH Music. Dude, we were talking about you a second ago, bro. We were like, it's about Shigiono time in a few minutes. Shigiono time!
It's my way, and yes, it's my way or the highway, and yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never power tripped like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. It's my way, and yes, it's my way or the highway, and yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never power tripped like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it
These are definitely helping and doing a little bit of something, but not entirely all that I want it to do. Let us hit it with something else. Potentially a de-esser of sorts. Let us hit it with the Vice de-esser. It's so funny how sometimes things bug you different on different songs, like everything's different. In this case, and these mics were constantly being set up and moved and set up and changed. It's like not like this stuff all got recorded within the same 3 days. This was like over a long period of time. A lot of this stuff got recorded.
It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway, and yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never power tripped like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around.
Man, without that Studer, they just sound so much better, but the toms sound worse. It's just such a freaking trade-off when you have two mics doing everything. It really does trade off.
Never seen a face like her.
Like, the toms don't sound bad, they just don't sound as good as this.
What it is that turns you on?
But the cymbals sound worse because they're overheads. They're not tom mics.
Seen a face like hers before.
Just like they're so much calmer without that freaking thing on there. But with it on there, I don't hate it.
Seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? Stick up another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway, and yes, the highway say goodbye to me.
Well, let's get rid of some of that kick beef real quick. Just lowering it a bit.
Seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now,
So what we've done, in case anybody's curious, I created a parallel all bandpass filter, tightened it up around the kick's fundamental in this particular song was a little bit higher up than typical, but you can redirect this wherever you want. If you want something to come out of the song that's not there, maybe more 60 hertz, more something, you could decide to create a fundamental wherever you want using a trick like this. And after I've done that, I'm just planning on tightening it up a little bit so it's not so woofy.
Seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? Stick up another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way, and yes,
Now, when the band stops, this ridiculous thing that you can hear still going in the background is really annoying to me. It's like this one track that's just this. It's literally... It's hard to hear, but it's there, and it's definitely not... It shouldn't always be there. Like, at the very least, let's freaking draw this thing. Let's hit him with the drawing. You know what I'm saying? Come and go, come and go. Come and go as you please. Come and go as you please. Let's hit him with something like that. And then let's just lower this freaking thing a lot. So it never gets above where it was before. It just gets... It comes on and off. That'll be better.
treason into treason. We turn the world you walk around. I can't talk, man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with misery. And I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? Stick up another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way. All the is that turns you on. What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that
Listen to that freaking ring. A lot of that's coming from the snare beef track. This gold clip is hitting us a little bit weird tonight. This gold clip on the track. So let's hit him with something else. This seems to be working on the snare beef. Let's see what we could do with the clipper on this alpha comp. Just watch the light. We're looking for a little bit of soft clip flicking. Taking out the snare beef for a sec.
Another trailer on the pickup, another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway, and yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power trailed like this before. Never power trailed like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. Golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. Mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with Missouri. And I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on?
I just decided to throw on a Wolf comp at the end of this thing, which I hardly ever use, but I love it nonetheless, the mastering edition.
Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry?
I've yet to find the right place for it, but I feel like this is the place for it if I was going to use it somewhere. It would be right here, man. Right at the end of my Mic DSP. Flavor's done. Now it's just about, like, how much love do I need on the end of this thing? A little bit of saturation, perhaps? It does it all.
Reason will turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn this season into treason. We turn the world you walk around. I can't talk.
So I'm making sure my gain reduction's not crazy on it. But this one definitely sounds good, this plugin, when you do hit it pretty hard. I feel like it doesn't sound good unless you hit it hard.
Reason will turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn this season into treason. We turn the world you walk around. I can't talk. Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with misery. And I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers.
Yeah, Alex Kristoff, the thing, that's so true. Snares, I appreciate that. He wrote, Snares got a nice thonk now. It's something I realized a long time ago, which is when there's something about the way your mix bus compression's working that's going to affect your snare sound more than anything. So sometimes you'll address the problem on the snare track itself, but sometimes it's just a symptom of not enough snap on the mix bus. So, you know, every once in a while, recently, I've been throwing on an SSL bus comp twice. It was ever since I saw Kevin Shirley talk about how he uses 2 SSL bus comps, one on his Duality and then one on the SSL Bus Plus in his rack. And he uses those 2. And they complement each other. How? Nobody knows. Rick asked, they didn't say. However, I like to do this thing now where I get some of the work done on one with a slower attack on auto release, and on the other one I go fast release, kind of somewhere in the faster attacks zone, faster than the other one at least. To me, that's complementing each other.
Reason will turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn this season into treason. We turn the world you walk around. I can't talk.
So the Wolf Comp Mastering Edition is the best for snare. It's like the best compressor ever for snare drum. So just putting this on the end of my chain makes my snare sound better also. But there's a combination of snap that's snaring us right in the face. Oh, Vinyl Bear's back. Oh no, wait, I scrolled back too far. That's all. How we doing, Shigiono? Happy Friday to everyone indeed. Happy Friday. Anybody out there doing your thing? You know, mix a song while I'm working. Do your own. Jump in the chat. Be part of our crew. Hit the like button. Slam that like button. Don't forget. It helps everything, and it's, you know, it's a benefit for everyone, including you. That like button is just, it's like good luck. It's like basically casting a penny into a well and wishing for good luck. That's what it is. So yeah, honestly, we're getting to a decent place where I'm about to probably start wrapping up, where I can attack this from an automation standpoint next time, because I like to fresh ear approach that part of the mix. Before I do, I'll probably do a little stereo imaging jam. At the moment, this is not something I do every mix, but it's certainly something I like to do when I can remember and also when it needs it. We come in here, we basically find the moments. So right here, it's on, and that's not good. We want the thing to be off. You know, actually, this song is kind of backwards. It starts with the chorus. So it goes from this to a very chill spot in the verse. So I'll probably leave it on for this. See, that it goes to that, which is like whatever we're going to call that. I don't know. Down arrow at that moment to get us a marker, and we're going to call this, you know, it's the guitar riff. It's the pre-verse is what it is. So our imager is off here, if you notice. So I put it on, and we're going to leave it off on the entire verse. We're going to turn it on the chorus. I don't think I've ever seen. Now it's on. It looks like it's off, but that's just because bypass is off. Bypass is on here. Freaky, ridiculous terminology, but you get me. I don't think I've ever seen. I'm going to boost those vocals a touch, but I like them kind of low anyway. Up with misery. I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a. So we're on, and then the turnaround will take it off. So we're gonna juice this over to. Let's get rid of all these dots. Nobody needs all these dots. Pull that into town. We don't want it to switch there. We want it to switch wherever this is. Right there. We're going to call that. It's pre-verse 2. This part is kind of organizational, but it's kind of worth it though. I dig this. I'm actually gonna move it a little earlier. Let's see. I don't think I've ever power tripped like that. Oh, second thought. Yeah, I don't think I've ever power. Yep, I'll take it. No, it feels like it was right here. So, right there. Okay, and then we have a chorus and then an outro, and I'll leave this thing on the entire. We'll rock out through the end here. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess. You know, I could take it off here, but I don't want to. Because that's where the song kind of goes from a chorus to it's definitely another build. You know what I'm saying? I don't want that to get quieter there. Like, I don't think that would help anything. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his gold. Let's compare the VCME to the Wolfcomp the inflator to the Wolfcomp mastering edition on the end. We're going to compare inflator. All he wants to do is. Wow, it's now aggressive, this thing. All he wants to do is mess around. Let's deal with our limiter at the end. We're probably just hitting the limiter too hard.
All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden.
Yeah, so 2 stages of gain reduction, here and here, comp, limiter. So just be aware of all of them.
All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is.
And if you think you have enough compression, take it off. Like, you don't need it. I just really like the flavor of this compressor.
All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to.
Even when it's doing 2 dB, it's so nice.
All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden. Reason will turn a grape highway, and yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this, but
I felt that duck as soon as the chorus happened. You don't want that. You don't want the song going backward.
it's my way or the highway, and yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never.
That's a good call, GDP. We appreciate all over here. We are musicians, and musicians are love. And we are musicians. We are musicians.
Reason will turn.
Yeah. Any new faces, hit that like button. Chime in the chat. Let me know who you are. We love all people out here. We love engineers of all sorts from all over the world. We got Japan. We got California, Texas, South Africa. I know Brian Piontek's in Philadelphia, but now he's on the move. The dude's all over the place. Slag Media. We got people from everywhere. I'm pretty sure, where's Vinyl Bear again? Where's Vinyl Bear again, GDP? I forget. But I know he's not on this continent. People from all over uniting up in this piece. And that's how we do it. We didn't ask Danny Blanco where he's from. Did we? I don't think so. Where's Yandel from? Somebody's from Sweden. I know Mr. Psychotronic's out there somewhere. That dude's out there, man. I think he's from Germany. We've got people all over the place.
What it is that does you wrong when you're gone. Stick up another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way or the highway. And yes, the highway say what it is that turns you on. What it is that does you wrong when you're gone. What it is that turns you on. What it is that does you wrong when you're gone. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years.
Lowered almost all guitars by a dB and a half.
What it is that does you wrong when you're gone.
Just took half of them back.
What it is that does you wrong.
Just took them all back. Coming down was incorrect. Just the overheads are the one thing that still tickles my bug button. Bugs my tickle. Picks my nits picks. You get me.
I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never.
You hear what they're doing? It's just barely hooking us up here, but it's helping. It's helping. I even want to take a little more down from underneath.
What it is that turns you on. What it is that does you
Honestly, it's actually not bad. I'm just too focused on it. That's the real problem.
Does you wrong when you're gone. Stick up another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he what it is that
I'm sending these to a trash bus.
what it is that turns you on.
Sometimes a little bit of a trash bus can really be helpful to just tame annoyingness on cymbals and stuff. If you're just rounding the top off, and sometimes that'll distract from other things. But if you have unruly cymbals, decapitator, something like that, where you're kind of darkening stuff up, like if I'm not mistaken, I've rolled off a little bit of the tone, but it's mostly just coming from the fact that I'm saturating this a bunch, is creating a bit of a trashy drum sound. Blended in with the original takes away from the fact that it's bright.
What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on?
6K is where cymbals live, and I don't usually like to boost that area when cymbals are annoying, but there's just something about the way these particular cymbals sound. They're just like the world's worst sounding cymbals. They just never stop ringing, and they don't sound good to me. That's all. So I work against the grain, when if the cymbals was just a better cymbal, we'd have so much more of a shot of doing nothing practically and having them sound good.
What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years.
You hear how much of the drum sound's coming from the overheads, because that's what I got. That's like that's why I do that. There's not much else here.
I can't talk.
And I don't want to make them roomy, because parts like that sound so good dry.
Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've got
I like the way that sounds. So the I could change the scene in the chorus and make it roomy.
Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're stick up another cure for all your hiccups, another trailer on the pickup, another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way or the highway, and yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never power tripped like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? He's in his golden years. All he wants to do is mess around. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone?
Mr. Psychotronic in the house, dude. We were just talking about you. Your ears must be ringing, bro. We were talking about you, Psychotronic. What's poppin', dude? Nice pedal, GDP. It needs a Goraya sticker. Oh, dude, you're talking about the Zoom. Yep. A Gojira sticker, rather. Gojira. It's true. We were talking about that freaking Zoom. It had some really cool, like, weird pog effects on it, like distortion, like an octave distortion fuzz thing. It had a couple really cool effects like that. I wish I still had that thing. It's so funny how even if a pedal has like 50 terrible program sounds, it had like one that's good and I miss it. Isn't that funny? That's how it works, man. That was the OG pedal we were talking about. Oh, nice. Yep. Mr. Psychotronic says just getting up. Time for over Easter trip to Leipzig. Nice, dude. Want to explore city a little. That sounds sick. The pedal looks like it could be a bunker building in one of the old black and white Kojira movies. That's how it is, dude. The Wolf is out. The Wolf is out. We're back and forth between Wolf and Inflator, just because I like change, really, and I was going for a little bit of this Wolf flavor on the snare on this one. Anybody who doesn't think that the compressor, the limiter you use is like, I can't speak anymore. Anybody who doesn't think the limiter you use affects the mix is crazy in terms of just one thing, especially snare sound. Most of the time, I can't use certain limiters because I don't like what it does to my snare. So that's why I'm very particular about using like the Mic DSP. I really like this because I find I like what it does to the snare in almost every circumstance. The Wolf Comp is another one that really enhances the snare. it does certain things to other parts of your mix too that might not be pleasurable or preferable. But the snare does not suffer on the way that compression works, the way the limiting works. Does not suffer.
Stick up another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway. And yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before. Never power tripped like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that
We're losing a lot of level on this thing. Whenever I get it where it's barely compressing, the level is just quiet on this freaking thing. It's just interesting how that works.
What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? Stick up another cure for all your hiccups.
very different flavor when I lower this guitar a lot as opposed to it taking over at the end and just riding out the wave. I kind of like both. I dig that, though. As the music comes down, this comes down too. Oh, nice. A little sack tap by a labradoodle. That sounds like lyrics. I got sack tap by a labradoodle. Labradoodle and better sack tap. What's the track with this session GDP? This is what it is. This is what it is, and it takes you through a journey of it starts with the same thing it ends with. If you notice, you got this. That's the outro. I mean, it's the same chords underneath, I guess, is all I'm really saying. But it goes through this whole rigmarole coaster.
We turn the world, you walk around. I can't talk. Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've got to meet up with...
And we're slamming this verse with a little bit of ATR 102 for the first time, really, in a while.
Reason we'll turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn this season into treason.
This dual
Reason we'll turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn this season into treason. We turn the world, you walk around. I can't talk. Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've got to meet up with misery. And I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it that does you wrong? Face like it is that face. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone?
I'm actually going to darken this guitar a little.
Face like hers.
I'm going to add some hair on top, but take out that 4K. I feel like I'm overloading the 4K zone a little.
Wrong when you're gone. What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong?
maybe get a touch more of this acoustic.
Reason will turn a grape into a raisin. Let's turn the season into treason. We turn the world you walk around. I can't talk, man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with misery. And I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? Stick up another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my. And yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before.
All right, now I'm just going to check the new EQ with the old EQ. So let us check it out. So basically what I did was give a smushed version and see if I preferred it. The acoustic sometimes is creating some obnoxious brightness that you don't want. And if you smash it with a fast attack, you can solve that. So we have two very different acoustic sounds.
Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone?
I like B better.
Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone?
It's, you know, it makes the song come alive a little more because you get more interest from the acoustic because I can make it a little louder because it's not obnoxious. It no longer bites my eardrums off when I hear it, so the compression is helping that a little bit come to life.
Stick up another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride.
This is going to be a very good, this is important to automate a song like this because in parts like that, like I want more, but I don't want more in the other part.
Stick up another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway.
It's really this guitar that we want more of, more than even the acoustic.
Stick up another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home.
That's where we're at. That's where we're at. And I'm feeling fairly good about this now. I've done everything my brain's telling me to do. I've decided on a Wolfcomp Mastering Edition and a CG2 on this one instead of Inflator. Inflator just feels too dull now. And even though we're using everything on this thing. We're throwing the kitchen sink at it. But you could take off anything. Compression, soft clip, saturation. You could take a lot of stuff out of this if you want. But if you notice, my gain reduction is barely there. I am using this in sort of a mastering context. Less than a dB of compression and a dB of limiting on the gain reduction for the freaking brick wall. So we're really very gently adding a little bit of love after the mic DSP with that. And some color also. And then our CG2 is doing the rest. A little more heavy-handed than usual on the CG2 front at the moment. On my desk clarity meter, this is wrong. I've said this before. These are always wrong. The thing says -8, -7.9, -7.8. So I'm just lowering it a little. I don't like to live in the sevens if I can help it. Yeah, that'll work. It's about 3 dB difference typically, roughly, from what this says. It's going to measure different in real life. I don't know why that is, but it is.
I can't talk. Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've got to meet up with Missouri.
And I am sort of feeling these dual slaps.
I can't talk. Man, can't you see I'm in a hurry?
Just lower it by 1.5 dB. Just a little lower on the dual slaps.
In a face like hers before and now. What it is that turns you on? What it is that does.
Let me just send some stuff to the side chain within this for the vocals. I just want to send maybe just the leads. It's basically these two are the leads. I could send all of them. It doesn't really matter. Sometimes I do. But when you start getting into side chaining and you send too many things into it, it's going to duck it way more than it would if you just sent like one thing in.
In a face like hers before and now. What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're
We're not panning, but if we were, we'd click follow main pan.
in a face like hers before and now. What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're stick up, another cure for all your hiccups. Stick up.
You know what I'm going to do on that S, don't you? You already knew it. It's because you guys have seen many a mix and you realize what goes down is what needs to go down. Things like that.
Stick up.
Why have... This is all an S. This is all S.
Stick up. Stick up.
See, this is tick up and this is stick up.
Stick up,
So you might as well deal with it.
stick up, stick up. Another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way.
Now I could easily do something weird with like one of these lines, like just this one.
Another trailer ride home.
Let's hit him with something weird on this one line here. We'll hit him with like, send it to the mix bus so I don't forget to do that. Make sure we did that on, oh, we didn't do it on the kick beef. Great. You guys have never been even hearing that. Perfect. Glad I just checked that.
It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway. And yes, the highway said goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power trailed like this before. Never power trailed like this before. Now, what it is that
Love those natural sounding overheads. Okay.
it's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway. And yes, the highway said goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power trailed like this before. Never power trailed like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around.
That's what's up, Alex. That's what's up, Alex. We got how about a guest appearance? You know, that would be fun to do. Like a little bit of a Clark. What is it called? You guys know what I'm thinking. What's his name? Clark. Like a little bit of a Clark Gable. No, not that. But you know what I'm talking about. GDP and damn good lobby offer and everything else. Nice, dude. I had the same problem with Amazon during their vibe coding. I hear you. I had the same problem with Amazon women. They're just too tall.
Reason will turn a grape into a raisin.
All right. I'm feeling good about this now, guys. I'm at a position where I'm feeling okay.
He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around.
Feeling good, especially when it gets to that Radiohead part at the end. Who doesn't love that?
Trailer on the pickup, another long ride home.
Just a little bit of love on this one.
My way on the highway.
Let's throw a little something on this juice here. We'll just hit him with some juice. What parameters are we talking about? It's probably tuning mostly. It's probably what they're talking about. We'll throw the tuner on there then. Maybe that way it doesn't care as much. Let's see if we can get away with this. We're going to flip it in reverse. We're going to hit the whole thing with some reverb. Let's go. Hit him with some good extremes. Yes. We want to flip it back. I should have left this open. Let's just move it into position.
Another long ride home. It's my
A little bit of a
way home. It's my way. It's my way. And yes, it's my way.
Yep, I'll take a little of that and then a little bit of this.
It's my way.
Let's just hit him with this part.
Way.
Let's hit him with something cool here. H3000 to the rescue. H3000 in the year 3000.
My way. And yes, it's my way on the high.
Oh, nope, not that one. Let's shorten her up. Hit him with more juice. Juice this up. Juice it, juice it, juice it. Let's go. Get out of here. This freaking thing.
Way.
Yo, Baconizer should be so much better than it is. It's just some ridiculous sizzle, but it's called Baconizer, and they're just not taking advantage of that name as much as I would like. I'll tell you that right now.
My way. And yes, it's my way on the high. My way. And yes, it's my way on the high.
That's what we're talking about. Now we're talking, Willis.
My way. And yes, it's my way on the highway.
Another one.
Highway.
Let's go, Willis. Too much roll off on this one a little bit. It's rolling off too much. See, this I actually like because I think once I hit him with the, you guys know what's about to happen. Once I hit him with the juice, which we're about to do right now, panning this thing around, it'll start to sound cool. You can't even judge it until you've done that, as far as I'm concerned. Use anything. Use the stock auto panner. That's what we do. Anything. Little of that, and then maybe we'll even hit this with something, which is what I think I plan to do. Let's hit him with something right here. Too long and too much, but the right idea there nonetheless. Let's hit him. Yes. Nope, better before. Hit him with some juice here. Obviously, we got to be out right on that fill, because drum fills we live for them. Let's hear it.
Yes, the highway.
too early. It's got to be right where he goes. Where's that?
I don't think I've ever
Yeah, puts emphasis on the fill.
bottom me. I don't think I've ever
Yeah, yeah.
bottom me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like that.
Feeling that. The whole band, you notice like I don't have to do that cutout stuff here?
Goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever
The whole band is out. You know what I'm saying? The guitar does it, but everybody lays out so to allow for a fill.
I don't think I've ever
And the bass player does, and that takes up a lot of space, but it's awesome.
I don't think I've ever
But I could easily put a little space in here. It might be better. I just don't know if it will. I don't know if it's necessary because it's already there, except there's a natural ending.
I don't think I've ever power.
That's why I don't think it's necessary because it's already there.
I don't think I've ever power tripped like this.
But I'm going to automate this fill so I don't forget to do it tomorrow.
I don't think I've ever power.
That's really what we want. We just want a little bit of love on this drum fill. Get it out of grid mode. What are we doing here with grid mode?
I don't think I've ever power tripped like this before.
And this one. Plop.
Tripped like power tripped like this.
I mean, let's be real, guys. There's not even a close mic on Tom. You know, Tom the Tom man. There's not even a close mic on the rack or the floor.
I don't think I've ever
They sound good.
tripped like this.
Sound like good toms to me. We don't even need to use samples. It's just the straight freaking tom sound with cymbals all in it. But in a part like that, the guy didn't play the cymbals, so it sounds sick. It's such a good lesson for drummers, man. If you want your fills to be awesome, don't have cymbals ringing over them. Make sure you play a part without cymbals ringing over the tom fills. Plop. Just, come on, get there. I'm just saving myself a little work tomorrow. I love the way that sounds. Here we could use a little space, I think. And this is what I mean for anybody who doesn't know what I mean. I mean everything but the drums, we're going to put into a little bit of a like instrument all. So we got basses. It's actually easier probably to just grab all the guitars at once and take out everything. You actually don't even need to take out everything else when you're doing stuff like this. So in other words, if I just grab the first bass all the way down through the last guitar, and then even the space noise, if there is any, and then we'll go all instru, it doesn't really matter that there's buses in here, because as soon as I go to waveform, buses ain't got no waveform, so they'll know what I mean. So like right there in that space, I want to kind of see if I can get away with making this feel even bigger by removing the space. I mean, removing the bleed in the space. Right here. And there's kind of some cool guitar stuff on it, but we're going to see if we can get away with taking it out anyway. It's really, that's what we're taking out. Not a whole lot. Let's see if we can get away with it. A little bit of a bigger impact Now, as long as I don't take away too much, we'll have it. We just have to find the downbeat. Like for me, see where the guitars are living? That's usually a good tell. Is like right up until the guitars start to need some life back. Let's see. And this could be right to the end of where that little silent bass is. There's no bass here. It's beautiful. Let's hear it. Now, sometimes I'll even put back a little something, something, like this little bass jam here. I could put that back. It's like a little mute, even on the guitar too. We'll see. Let's see if we even want that. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of, I don't think it should be on everything. Maybe just bass. If I did that, let's take off our all instrument and just put it in on the bass. No, it sounds like he messed up. Sounds like a fart. I don't like farts. Nobody does. Yeah, it sounds even more like a fart now. So let's get rid of that. And then I kind of dig that weirdness here. I took off the gate. At one point I was gating it, and I actually took it away. Oh no, I didn't. They're still being gated. That's what we're hearing. I don't mind it. It sounds like he went to grab a cymbal and missed, is kind of what it sounds like. But let's take the dynamics just off, or at least that's usually the easiest way to deal with this. We'll automate the dynamics off. We'll just take these freaking things out of this one spot, really. So that when it's silent, we don't notice it. And this is even if we want to do this. Like, I'm not even totally 100% sure we want to do this, but we shall find out. At least now that whatever is in the background, he did go to grab it and miss or something. That's what it sounds like, which is fine. Like, I kind of like it. It's just the residual. But that sounds more natural than the way it was cutting out before. You notice there's that little cymbal ringing in the background, and this is with the gate thing in still. It's kind of cool, but it's kind of nobody would notice it except for me probably. But that's because I'm working on it. That's the thing you have to realize too, is you notice shit because you work on it. Everyone else will just think that's how it's supposed to sound. It sounds like he grabbed the cymbal, but late. But it sounds cool either way. And then this is option B. There's this weird faint cymbal ringing in the background because that's how it was played. That's what's there. Kind of like it better like this. Because it puts emphasis even more so on this dead space, which I like a lot. And you could take this one step further, but I wouldn't. But you could, just take this part out. You could literally just be like, nope, gone. Except I don't like that. I think this is as much of that as I'm willing to tolerate. Like this. I think we're gonna let it rock like that. See, that'll happen to me. I'll go out of my way to do extra stuff that should be the way it sounds better, but you got to use your ears right up until the end, man. Because there's something about the way that's gating that actually works. And we're using it the rest of the time to just create a little more dynamic in these cymbals that have a tendency to stay very consistently ringing.
Like hers before.
right, questions. We got some H3000 questions. What do we got? We got some stuff during their vibe coding. Okay, nice. I appreciate y'all hitting that like button, man. I appreciate it. What do we got? You know I appreciate that. Alex Christoph says, "Oh snap, it's okay, bro. People pass sometimes. I'm just thinking a sidekick next year would be cool. Sometimes that would be cool. A sidekick would be cool, wouldn't it? Every once in a while we may rock a sidekick, but sidekicks are tough. Sometimes they just breathe too loud and it makes it annoying. You know what I'm saying? You got like the perfect sidekick would be like a cat, but then like a literal cat, like a feline. Except the problem is cats like to climb stuff, and there's plenty of stuff in here that if climbed would be destroyed. There's too many things like that. But also just everything. This armrest wouldn't be an armrest anymore. Just everything would just go up in smoke if there were cats in here. You know how it goes. H3000 looks like you can file my taxes or give me a sweet flanger. Dude, that's exactly right. I hate using it because it's way ridiculous. There's even like you can open up more of it and then there's like a patch bay in it. It's like perfect. It wasn't complicated enough. Or maybe that's the delay, factory delays or whatever. But I have all of them and they're all crazy. They're a little too crazy. Like I figured it'd be perfect, but they're too crazy. That's why I like to stick to Echo Boy Jr., that world of stuff. Some of the UA stuff, Galaxy Tape, of course. It's just, even that Korg thing I pulled up for the first time tonight and sounds awesome. That thing's awesome. That thing's just awesome. I don't even know what it is. It's like some weird Korg delay. I forgot what it's called already, but I love it. I put it on. It's that weird spacey sound you hear in the intro. It's this Korg 3000. This thing's awesome. It's a digital delay, and it's amazing. It's on the Space Noise. It's also on the solo, this little solo guitar thing. Without it, that thing sounds so different. Listen. It's just that clean, So spacey. I'm feeling it. It needed a little something, something. So we hit him with that. The H3000 has been known to do taxes. Absolutely. Mr. Psychotronic said it might be capable of doing both at the same time. A friend has the OG hardware unit. I like it, but I don't have money for it. If I had the hardware unit, I think I'd know how to use the plugin better. And it's frustrating when I pull that thing up and I'm like not familiar with really any of the presets or anything. Like I use it so rarely that every time I pull it up, it's always like a freaking magic act when I get something to sound good out of it. And I know a lot of people like to use it. It's never been one of my favorites, but I pull it up nonetheless all the time because I feel like it should be one of my favorites. It never has been. Alex is asking, okay, Evan, tom fills, kick or no kick or sometimes both? Okay, so tom fills, kick or no kick or sometimes both. What are you talking about? That makes as much sense as the H3000 doing taxes. Kick or no kick, tom fills. You mean like, boo doo kick? Like doo doo kick. Is that what you're talking about? Like left right kick kind of thing? Left right right kick? Like what are we talking about? Boom ba ba kick? What are we talking about here? I think the answer for me would be always kick. I freaking love kick. Kick on the one beat, of course, all the time, but lay out right before that one beat and everything else goes. I feel like all the best drum fills kind of do something like that. There's always like a bit of a rest before the one beat, but that kick, man, especially double, I like single pedal double kicks like in Good Times, Bad Times. That's like my favorite kind of pop. That, that freaking, I love some double kick, man, on a single pedal. Double pedal is its own thing, but I'm too old school for that. I like single pedal. But it all goes, you know what I'm saying? Good question. Evan, okay, so Tom fills, kick or no kick, or sometimes both? I still don't get the question. It's definitely a preference thing. I tend to go Tom fills with kicks under or in between. Definitely, 100%, bro. Lots of dudes kill the kick and let the tom sing. Oh, I see. No, I think it belongs the way this dude in this, this is Leighton playing, and he's an awesome drummer. And he plays very old school style-wise. That's definitely his style, and he's throwing them all over. Sometimes you want to do the ring around the rosy with the freaking like you want that with no sometimes kick fits with that. Sometimes it starts it and then goes all toms, but go with feel, bro. Whatever you feel is the right way to play it. I don't think I've had. I love a good fill like that. That's some toms with some kicks for you. I don't think I've had. It doesn't get much better than that. The funny thing is, it's actually sometimes amazing to me that the sounds came out this good back when, I knew a fraction of what I know about engineering. I'm running through converters that arguably are worse than everyone's converters they've ever used in their entire life if they started making music 15 years ago or sooner. Combined with the fact that the mics were not ideal. I mean, the overheads on this whole, at most of these tracks are 2 Octava MK219s. You could buy them right now probably for $150 per mic, or maybe $200 a mic. They're not world-beating mics. They're OG, Octava large diaphragm condensers. They have a high-pass filter on them if you want or not, just kind of like an SM7 does. That's it. That's really all they have. And they don't sound bad. Listen to how good they make the toms sound. There's something amazing about that. I'm running into this, this console, this Allen and Heath console that has pretty decent mic pre's on it, which in my mind, that's the saving grace. That's the reason the converters worked, because it's first being hit in a place that actually could be overdriven without it sounding bad, because there was very weak metering on this console thing. So all you'd have is a flashing red light down by the fader every once in a while when stuff would be going bad. And I'm not even sure all those red lights worked, to be honest with you. Some of them probably worked, some of them didn't. Those boards were freaking tanks. So every once in a while, talk about heavy. That thing was heavy. I still have it. It's very heavy. But the point is, I think without that, these drums wouldn't sound this good. That's the truth. I think they wouldn't. I think the mic pre's in that thing are really amazing. And I think a lot of mic pre's made around that era were really good if they were it's a made in Britain board. I'm pretty sure that's made in England. Yeah. It's a made in England. It weighs 75 pounds or that thing 50 some pounds. It's heavy. It's a heavy board. It weighs more than a 45-pound weight at the gym. So it's got to be closer to 60 pounds or so. But it's weird and big and awkward to carry. It's like hers before. It just should show you that there's hope for stuff to sound good no matter what. There's levels of good. And if you notice, my goal through this whole process is always just to lean into the problems and lean into the flavor. And, if the cymbals kind of sound crazy, I'm rounding them off. I'm doing just every weird thing I possibly could think of to make stuff that's weird either sound more weird or remove the pain. I'm just trying to remove pain. As I crank the play button at the loudest part of the song right in your ears. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry. So sorry. However, let's find a tom fill. I feel like I did. How is it possible the only tom fills are right here? How is that even possible? I don't think I've had. Here's one. I don't think I've had. Tell me that doesn't remind you of some freaking ground control.
I don't think I've ever
That ground control.
seen a face like hers before.
I'm almost thinking we need more of that sound.
I don't think I've ever seen a.
It's so cool, and it is kind of the perfect volume right now, right tucked in. But as the later it goes, the more I want to juice the goose, and you guys know that. So let's just juice the end of the goose.
Ever seen a.
Let's juice more end of goose.
Think I've ever seen a face like hers. Think I've ever seen a face like hers.
I'm taking it up after the note starts. You can kind of see the waveform here underneath, I bet. A little bit of juice in the beginning. Let's try that.
I don't think I've ever seen a.
Too much. It was better before. See, look.
I don't think I've ever seen a.
Take that down a smidge, and then we'll have something, guys. We'll have it.
I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers.
Now, that'll probably be too loud when I hear it tomorrow. But right now, it sounds money. Money in the hand. 2 in the bush.
I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers.
Sounds like a nice 2 birds in the bush right there.
I've ever seen a face like hers before. Think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers.
It's definitely a preference thing, dude. I like your preference though with it, because it's one of those things. No, it's so funny to me when like people think that you're ever going to be able to make everyone happy. It's so funny because some people love certain things and other people love other things, and no matter what, you'll never make everyone happy. So the quest is so futile. It's like when people ask, like, check this out, I hope you like it, what they're really saying is, you know, change my mind about how I feel about this with your opinion. That's retarded, man. It's retarded. It's ridiculous. It's for smokulous. You know what I'm saying? Change my mind about how I feel about this with your opinion. Or give me your opinion, and I hope it matches mine, because if it does, it'll make me have a good day today. And if it doesn't, it'll make me not have a good day today. It's so funny. But we're human beings, so we're into the pain. It's like we ask opinions so we can get the pain. Ridiculous. It's like I guess in an ideal world we would want everyone to like our stuff, whatever it is, whatever decision we made. We'd want everyone to think it was the right decision. That would make us feel good. But that's never the case. It's just never, ever, it can't be. It's impossible. That's the nature of being a human being. No matter how strongly you feel something should be some way, there's somebody that feels equally strongly the total opposite way. Like, that's a sick Tom Phil, and there's no kick in there until the crash. Doo-doo. That one doesn't even need to be automated. Because it's just so nice. It's like the perfect volume as it is. I mean, maybe I can get away with like 1 dB up. Doesn't need it. I'm not getting away with nothing on that. We'll do an Andy Wallace snare hit here. Just give him a little extra love on the snare. Now on something like this, let's hit them with a little automation, but not on the crashes. Like never you can automate crashes up if you've got really good sounding crash cymbals. And if you don't, just avoid it. Do your best to avoid it. Try the Tom Lord Algae trick I mentioned if you want to, which is you can't do it in this specific case. If you had tom mics that are close mic'd, you could do it. You'd grab an EQ one band, you'd roll off the top all the way down to wherever the pain of the cymbal stops, which could be 200 hertz or it could be 600 hertz. Like just pick 7, 8, just roll it down until things start to suck less. And then as soon as you reach that money spot where things suck less, EQ one band and just, that you're basically going to render that spot like with a low pass filter is what you're doing. You're taking off the top. It'll make it where the fundamental of the tom will continue to ring, but you won't have any of that annoying cymbal, and you can make the tom pretty much as loud as you want if you do that. See, like this crash is too low. This crash I want to come up a little bit. It's so funny how that works, but we're doing a lot of the work that we're not going to need to do tomorrow. We're doing it right on the outputs. We're still going to automate tomorrow, but significantly less. It's funny, as the more I say that, I bet the more I'll automate. But anyway. I'm going to bring it all up, but I want to bring the snare up less. Whoops. I want to kind of do it on both of these. I should just group them so I don't have to do it twice. That was a bad move. These need to come up the same amount. So these little tom fill automation moves, man, if you can get to a point where you're just doing that, man, the song starts to come alive. It depends what you got. If you have close mics, you might be able to get away with not doing it like this, like do it the way we typically might, but now, I like that cymbal being kind of low, but I'm just going to juice it a little bit anyway, like 1/6. Stick up. See, there's a little guitar in the background. I'm okay with that one. Stick up. Another cure for all your hiccups. Stick up. Let's see what's up. What's good in the Discord over there, GDP? What's going down over there, bro? Stick up. Stick up. Another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the stick up. Another cure for all your hiccups. Stick up. Another cure for all your. It's like feedback here. I like the feedback. Stick up. Another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way. And yes, it's my way or the highway. And yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever. Cool. A little more interesting. That's all we were going for. And yes, it's my way or the and yes, it's my way or the highway. And yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped like that to me. I don't think I've ever power tripped Man, these guys sound like world beaters. I'm feeling it. What good playing, dude. It's just it would be unfortunate to not have this band sound this good, man. Well done, guys. Leighton, you're the man. Paulie T from B. Love you, buddy. This freaking thing is it's where it's got to be. Bass player is ridiculous. Without a great bass player, all else is lost. All else is lost. It's so funny. It's one of those things you think you can get away with not having. Like, oh, we just need somebody to play the bass and yada. It's like, nah, man. Probably the most important ingredient in a band sounding good is a good bass player. There's a lot of ingredients that need to be good for a band to sound good, and any one of them that sucks will make the band suck. However, the bass player sounding good is extremely important because then if the low end doesn't move right, you're done. You ain't got nothing. You know, a band is only as good as their drummer. Dave Grohl said that, and that's true too, because that's the foundation. But the way I think about it is, you ever try to mix a song where the bass is sloppy? I spend half the mix cutting out the slop, trying to make the notes heard and then make the guy mute, like make his hands mute. But if a bass player ain't muting and it's just this wobbly wop slop, it makes the entire bottom sound terrible. And the same thing happens live. What do you think? That sound guy is magnificent and everybody else isn't? No, that guy's dealing with the room too. So the more wobbly flobbly you got, the worse the room sounds. He can't fix that. Good luck. You know what I'm saying? Good luck. So the goal is keep the bass tight. Play tight. No freaking wobbly blops. Mutes. Mute both hands, right and left. Solid muting technique in both hands. What are we doing here, guys? Muting. That's what we're doing. All right. We're going to grab the juice here. And we're going to print one because I'm feeling pretty good about it at the moment. And whatever we don't finish, wherever it is, we're going to deal with that tomorrow in day 2 of this thing. It'll most likely be tomorrow. I'll give you the notice as soon as I know. If it winds up not being tomorrow, I'll let you know. But it'll probably be the same time like we started tonight, roughly, if I had to guess. Like 10:45, 11-ish p.m. Eastern time on Friday, because it's Friday. We may go a little later. So that's somewhere around there. That's the closest I'm going to be able to give to hopefully notice. So yeah, hit the like button if you haven't already. Do us a favor. Hit the button. Crank that. Slap that. We're going to print one of these. I may take down some of the... I mean, it doesn't sound crunchy from where I sit right now at all, but that's one thing I notice sometimes is when I want too much out of this plugin, Crunch City might ensue. So I have a tendency to keep it... Like, this is as high as I ever take it. Ever. Halfway is my more usual, and then like a quarter of the way is when I don't hardly need anything. I just want just the littlest bit of love at the end. But since we've been listening to it this way, I'm kind of curious to hear how it comes out this way. Sounds good where I sit at the moment, so I don't want to touch it. We're going to hit play. We're going to rock and roll. Where do we got? What do we got here? We got, let's do some chat real quick. We got, You're pretty clear with your questions, Alex. Dude, I don't blame you for having a typo here and there. No big deal, no big squeal. You know what I'm saying? Shigiono TH Music says, talking about recording the first album by The Police, Outlandos de Amor, was recorded on an 8-track machine. Oh, I love it. I love it. That's awesome. It just shows you don't need a whole lot to get a whole lot done. I'd be curious to know how much of that they did live, because that's the thing. If it's everybody live, then you know they didn't have more than 4 mics on the drums, because it just wouldn't be possible. But if they did that and, you know, bass and guitar at one time, they probably could have got away with, you know, you have to leave tracks over to bounce to, keep in mind. So I would imagine it was a stereo album, in which case, you know, 7 and 8's got to be free. So that means 4 drums, bass, and guitar is what it means. Do vocals later after you've bounced the tracks to the stereo side. I mean, I'm not sure if they were rocking that back then. Probably, if I had to guess, they were. But something to think about. Or maybe, it was recorded on an 8-track machine. Sometimes you would have two 8-track machines. One would slave to the other. So you'd like have your 8 tracks, you dump them to 2, and then you free everything up, and then you have another 6 that you could dump, because you had 2 machines slave to each other. But there's all sorts of cool stuff when people, I don't know what they had to record, but that'd be interesting to find out. It's a good little addition there. I appreciate that, Shigiono. Alex says, "No, I'm interested in other takes on everything. I find nuggets of wisdom I like to gather." Nice, dude. Do. Yep, you gotta gather your wisdom. I like the gray area versus going black, white, all nothing. Yep, I'm feeling you, dude. Mr. Psychotronic says, "The pain you feel is the progress you made. You don't need others to like it. You just need to move forward." That's so true. So true. The pain you feel is the progress you made. I like that, man. I need a t-shirt. With that on it. I like that. GDP Japan saying, "Big thanks for hanging here. We do appreciate it severely. We appreciate it." And right now, I'm going to hit save as. Let's get us M1ing. M1. We M1'd up. Let's come in here. Drop our M1-ness. We're going to hit them with some waves. We're going to hit them in the output section on the AES. A1314. Yep. Output section. We're going to hit them interleave 2496, add MP3. We're going to hit them with all that. Interleave 2496, add MP3. We're going to take it offline. We want it online so you guys can actually hear the bounce like we like to do. We're going to put it here. This is the folder. There's a lot of weird stuff in that folder. I don't even know how it got there. Let's do it. Okay, directory, import after bounce. Okay, we're good to go. Let's go over here for a sec. All right, I'm about to turn the mic off, and then we are going to print this and hope for the best for tonight. And the next stream we do, we will finish this up with automation and finishing touches, and most importantly, with a fresh set of ears going into this entire thing, because that is necessary. To have a good time when mixing, you must have fresh ears. And I'll make a lot of decisions in the first listen before we even start the next, the finishing day. I like to just listen one time through from the beginning, fresh ears, and really make a lot of decisions. Don't hit stop either. It's a big, that's huge. Too many people, when they go to listen with fresh ears, they hit stop. They wind up working on some ridiculous section. They never even get the whole thing under their belt before they beat their ears up again. It's absolutely crazy. Don't do that. There's people who do it. This song's not in G major, by the way. I don't know why that was up there. Okay, here we go. Let us do it. Stay tuned. Printing right now. Running it.
monkey round. I can't talk, man, can't you see I'm in a hurry? I've gotta meet up with misery. And I don't think I've ever seen a face like hers before. Never seen a face like hers before. And now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? Speak up, another cure for all your hiccups. Another trailer on the pickup. Another long ride home. It's my way, and yes, it's my way on the highway. And yes, the highway say goodbye to me. I don't think I've ever power trailed like this before. Never power trailed like this before. Now, what it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? What it is that turns you on? What it is that does you wrong when you're gone? He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around. He's in his golden years, and all he wants to do is mess around.
And we're back. Okay, we've done it. We've done it. The only thing I want to just, before I forget, about 30 seconds from the end, there was a nice, cool little drum fill there, which we could automate later tomorrow. But since I did so many of the other ones, this stood out to me as a moment I wanted to grab. I'm not going to print another one after this. We'll just finish it on our finishing day of the mix, which all happens on live stream. I want everyone to know every move I make is shown on live stream. There's no hidden, nonsense. There's no prepping, whatever. If I'm going to fall on my face, you're going to see it. If I'm going to make a mistake, you're going to know about it. If I'm going to forget something, I'm going to do it on stream with you guys. You're going to see it all. Nothing is done behind the scenes. So let's see. It's somewhere over here. The drummer goes, do, 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 something like that. Hold on. I noticed it. It said about 30 seconds left. So where does the song end? It ends here, 56. So it's somewhere in the 430 zone. It's somewhere in this zone here. It's probably this. The drums sound great. Like, nobody else is going to care or notice this, but I do. Because I made all the other tom fills just that little extra. You know, that little... Even that first snare. That snare hit's fine. It's really these. These are the juice monsters. I'm taking it down right before the crash. There we go. Let's hear. You know what I'm saying? That's one of those do 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 do. Right there. Diddy boom. Little diddy boom. Diddy boom boom diddy boom boom diddy boom boom. By the way, Alex Christoph about drums, if you're still around, that the thing we were talking about tom fills, something I like is a snare and a crash hit together. You hear this? I love that. That's so cool. It's a rare thing to do. I also like crashes not on one beats. I like a good 2-beat crash. Like you go around the horn and then you come back on the crash. A couple drummers I played with used to always, like, I guess that's a thing drummers just always do. You know, it's awesome. Not every drummer, but that's something that I always thought was cool, is when they like are doing a fill and it doesn't end on the 1, it ends on the 2, or even on the, it could be on the 1 end, but the 2 is it's the money spot. Right? Like that right there is awesome. You see what I'm saying? I freaking love that. But he actually does a crash on the 1 and then again here. I just love that second crash, man. But as a concept, if you just did a crash there, it's also cool. That's what I'm saying. I love that, man. That sounds sick, dude. And for anybody on your bingo cards, if you're curious, there's 4 drum mics. And, you know, you can get it done with 4 drum mics. That's the truth. You can. And you can when you do it. It's not just like a fluke. You do it all. Like, we mix a lot of songs where there were 4 drum mics. Honestly, I like even sometimes, like, it's fun to take 1 drum mic and make it great. And you do different things with it. You know, a good tip would be, if you're going to use 1 drum mic and you are the one setting it up, really find the best place for that drum mic. Move around the kit, potentially sit the mic on top, a little outside of the kick, but like facing the inner thigh or knee of the drummer. They call it a crotch mic usually. But like in front of the kit. So in other words, like I'm staring at the drummer, you know, a little above the kick drum, but facing in towards either the crotch or the snare. You could tip it a little, because in that position, you'll hear tom fills, you'll hear kick, you'll hear snare. The cymbals will be a little bit on the lower side, but you'll still hear them because they're above it. But they'll even kind of be in a rejection point if that mic that you put there is the right mic. I like an RE20 in that position. But anything could really work there. You know, you could use a U47 FET somewhere in that position, might be really cool. It's a battle, because the closer to the kit, the more you'll hear the skins, and the further away, the more you'll hear the cymbals. So you got to fine tune that position, but it can be a fun project to see what you can get out of 1 drum mic. You know, it becomes, I think a lot of people would be surprised at what you can get. In the mix part of it, I would consider doing, since you have 1 mono drum mic at that point, I mean, there's no way around it. You have a mono drum mic. You slam 1 in parallel, like I would typically do anyway, but you keep 1 clean for all transients. You slam 1 in parallel to bring up that thick thickness in the drums. Call it that thick. Do a distortion bus, do a slammed with compression bus, and get a nice blend of those two. And since it's mono, keep it straight down the center. Otherwise, you're moving your snare and your kick, whichever way you decide to pan that thing. So, pretty cool. I would recommend anybody mess with that if you can. So yeah, we've done that thing with the drums. We've achieved what we wanted to achieve today. This thing's loud enough. If I had to guess, like, I never really care, so I don't check. But based on the thing on the desk, I never reset it before I start, so it never tells me what it should be. But if I leaned over to reset it, I would know after I printed exactly what it was. If I want to go in here and go to Pro Limiter Loudness Analyzer, it'll tell me. If I had to guess, it's probably like 9.5, something like that. After we do automation, things always have a tendency to get a little louder, but it's, we could check. Yeah, look at that, right on the money. 9.5. That's a pretty good guess. The thing on my desk says something crazy because it's been on the entire time I've mixed, and if you don't reset it, it can't tell you what it doesn't know the difference from the last part we just played and the whole rest of the time I've been mixing from the 6 hours ago or 5 hours ago, however long it's been. So it has no idea. So that thing's not telling me a whole lot right now. But that's the way I like it. I just want it to tell me when I'm crazy loud. I look down because I don't want it to be loud. So it's a battle. When it's too loud, things always sound shitty. So I look down and I just know my ballpark of what it usually is on a super dynamic song like this. This is not what you'd call something with enough audio events, like a super dense, fast, kind of song that can be super compressed. Can't be, nor could it really ever take the loudness up crazy amounts just because of the nature of it. There's a loud part at the end that's kind of dense-ish, but it's still, because a ballad's always going to have less audio events, so it's going to appear louder at a lower LUFS level. But the LUFS will usually be lower because there's just less audio events triggering that thing to be loud, if that makes sense. I hope it does. Dude, Shigiono, you're more than welcome, dude. Thanks for stopping by. Let's do some awesome thank yous, you guys, and we're going to be finishing this up immediately because I miss my live streams. And I got to say, if anybody has more looper information, I appreciated all the looper information you guys gave. A lot of people gave suggestions on using DAWs. Like, I'm going to review the comments on that video a lot before I, go deeper with this, because I'm pretty convinced I can get a DAW to do what I need it to do. But if I can't, at the moment, I'm leaning towards the Boss RC600, the Andrine de Poutine looper. Rick Beato has one too, which should tell you all you need to know. But at the same time, I'm always like making sure I make the right purchase. When stuff like that, you don't buy two of. You buy one, it either is exactly what you need or you fight with it your entire life and then you stop using it and you sell it. It's one or the other. It's never both. It's never like a happy medium. And customer support's big for me. So if I do research on a company and the customer support isn't great, that pisses me off. Boss is known to be awesome. Just historically, they're one of those companies that's been around forever. They're not being shaken, I'll tell you that. So what do we got? Thank you to Niles Pache. Let's get close on him. Let's get close here. We got thank you to Niles Pache. Anybody who hasn't, hit the like button if you're around watching, doing your thing, because it helps push the jam. It's part of the game. You know the deal. Swinging dice. Here we go. Thank you to Niles Pache, 1734, Braxel 1. Thank you to Danny Lyrica. Thank you to Alex Christoph Drums. Thank you to Danny Blanco 98, first timer coming through doing his thing. We love to see it. Dude had an awesome dog in the picture. We like animals over here, so that's awesome. Slag Media Records, thank you. Brian Piontek, Warhard Arts, Yandel. You go Yandel. I love that name. It makes me happy. It reminds me of Weird Al Yankovic, and I love that. Thank you to Vinyl Bear Studio. Thank you to Shigiono TH Music. And thank you to Mr. Psychotronic 5406. Now, if I forgot anybody, I sincerely apologize. All I know is you guys are awesome. You make this stream amazing. I have yet to have enough of my water plug-in. Everybody grab your water plug-ins right now. Have a sip we'll do our last toast together. Thank you for watching. Make sure that you stick to doing the stuff you love in life, because you only get one. Stop the idea and people think they got all the time in the world. You don't. You got one life. You might as well do the stuff you love to do. And, if that's pick up the guitar and play for a little while, like it is for me, which I've neglected doing, it took me a while to realize where the hole in my life was coming from. It's actually from that, and it's important to kind of take stock on your life a little bit. And for me, it was like, man, I got to be jamming more. It's like when I stop jamming, I stop having the entirety of that like good feeling that I get from playing music. That's the thing. Like writing and playing guitar is awesome. And whatever you guys like, maybe it's playing drums, maybe it's playing bass, maybe it's writing, maybe it's recording stuff. I don't know. Today we could jam and we don't even need other people. For me, it's also jamming with other people though. I'm going to have to start doing that again. There's something about that was a lot of fun, but I've been neglecting it for the sake of work, and I feel like it's not been good. I gotta go back to doing that. Water mug, more of it. That's the water plug-in. If we release a plug-in, it's gonna be the water plug-in. You put it on, you get a silky smooth top end. You get the sound of a waterfall on call whenever you need it. Instead of noise fader, we're going to have a waterfall fader. And it's going to just be that awesome underwater sound sometimes when you need to create some underwater sound, like the end of the guitar in this kind of has that underwater vibe. Sometimes you need that. It's basically just a fancy low-pass filter. And, yeah. We're going to have a knob that says GDP, and as you crank the GDP knob, it just makes things better. It's a sweetener, It's just going to blend in underneath some additional information that we all need. It's going to be amazing. It's just going to be him underneath being like, yes. It's just going to be his voice underneath saying, yes, that is correct. It's going to be great. And that's how we do. So thank you to GDP for rocking and rolling and for always providing amazing intel and information. I did not know about Sketch without you. And I introduced 5 engineers to it today that all are thorough and have no idea what Sketch was. So they got to get better at their freaking advertising for that thing, man. I don't know. They're hiding it pretty well. So that's the truth. They got to stop hiding it. So everyone keep in mind where we at in the jams. Is there anything left here that I didn't do here? What do we got? Is there any good stuff? We got, Shigiono, you're awesome, bro. Mr. Psychotronic, you're awesome. And he says he has a Boss 202 looper. Okay. Nice device to jam. That's what I'm saying. Sonic Soundwork in the house, dude. You didn't miss it, bro. There's going to be another one tomorrow, but yeah, you missed it. You didn't miss it, but you missed it. We got this print right here for you. You can check a look at the print. Look at that. Look at how beautiful it looks. Starts nice and chill, gets pretty crazy on us. But there's going to be a finishing day for this. So if you're around tomorrow, you will catch that. And if not, that's unfortunate, but it'll be around 11 p.m. start time is my goal. And if that doesn't happen, it'll wind up being Saturday. But we're going to go for tomorrow. We're going to go for it. I'm putting it in the books that's our goal. And I appreciate you stopping by, Sonic Soundwork. It's always a pleasure to have you, bud. Bicycle horns again for you. And we got an extra thank you for Sonic Soundwork at the moment. Also, water plugins, keep them microplastic free indeed. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to kind of tallying all the info on the looper video I made. So if you haven't seen it, check it out. And if you have any advice on loopers or MIDI foot controllers that will control Pro Tools or Luna, in a way that really makes sense. Because I'm not just talking about like 2 buttons. I need a lot of buttons. That's why the Nectar Pacer is interesting to me, because I feel like I can control all of every DAW with that. And it comes like that out the box. You don't have to program it. So ideally, when jamming in my studio, I'll be able to use that. But option B might be the Boss RC600 using the RC editor on the desktop. I can program that thing, and that might be the move. And then there's another possibility still in the wings, the Aros Gold Edition, the Singular Sound Aros Gold Edition looper. Those are really the only things in the running for me at the moment, unless somebody knows of something else. But a buddy has the Boomerang, and I'm kind of opposed to the Boomerang, partly because he has it already. So, like, I've seen it. I've used it, like, once, but I didn't know what I was doing. He knows what he's doing with it, and it's the same looper Trey uses in Fish, which is, I think, a big part of why he got it, but also because it does the job, and it's really simple to program compared to everything else under the sun. It's just it starts out the gate being great, so that's cool. But functionality wise, I feel like it had a little less to offer than some of the other ones, and for me it's more about the age. I think that's an amazing looper, but it's like 15 years old makes me feel a little crazy about getting something that hasn't been updated for 15 years. Like, that's a little crazy for me. And I think they're now totally discontinued, so that makes it like, well, how do you fix it, or how do you whatever, or how do you, no warranty, no nothing. So it is what it is. That's how it works. You buy an old Neve thing, you ain't getting a warranty with it, but it's worth it because it's a Neve. So that's kind of how I think about it. GDP plugin coming soon indeed. That's what's up. All right, it's time for some tzatziki sauce. Everybody knows all about it. Looper vid indeed. Yes, I might have to post it in our Discord, and anybody who hasn't yet and sees this, you guys, a lot of you are thorough and we're all there already, but anybody who hasn't, feel free, join our Discord, be part of our crew, mix a song while I'm mixing, be part of this thing because it might facilitate you to get more work done. You're in one giant studio now with people from all over the world joining: California, Texas, South Africa, Germany, Sweden, Japan. Literally, we're just connecting the world at this point. I'm not just rattling off countries. There's more countries of people that have attended our stream tonight than I just even mentioned. So it's pretty awesome, and I'm excited to be part of it. So thank you guys for watching. I sincerely appreciate it. Plenty more to come, and check out that video if you haven't already. Everyone keep in mind, you guys can all do this. Everyone can make a mix that they're happy about in a reasonable amount of time and then move on to something else and keep getting better. If you do that, you're moving forward. And then, also don't neglect whatever it is in your life that you love to do. Always do that thing. Make time for it because it's extremely valuable, more so than you even realize. We don't have all the time in the world. So do the thing you like to do for some part of your day, whatever that is. Make it happen. All right? Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. Everybody keep in mind, you got this. I'll talk to you guys soon. Thanks again for watching. You make the streams awesome, all right? See you guys later. Thanks, GDP. Thank you all, you guys. Catch you guys soon. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. You guys got this. Take it easy.